Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to Crimson Guitars Extras. This is the side channel to the main channel and where I do live streams and bits and pieces and stuff like that. You all are here to watch me build a bass. Apparently in the comments, the consensus is that I'm building a fan fret, fretless, 6-string, semi-acoustic upright with an odd bridge, a trem. Aren't all trems odd bridges? A multi-laminate neck with LEDs and sliding pickups and a body made of brass rods. I can do that. Not today. Not today. Today we are limited by the hardware I have, which is gold and 4-string. And we've got £1/4 P-bass pickups by Seymour Duncan. We've also got a cat that's meowing to get in. But anyway, it is what it is. So, welcome to the chaos. It is a Monday live stream bass guitar build. On the keyboards, I have Mrs. Bunn. Tanya is going to be answering your questions, sending questions to me throughout the day. How are you doing, my love?
I'm good, thank you.
Welcome to the workshop. It's been a while. It actually has been 2 weeks since we did a live stream. Last week was absolute carnage, and I was not up for it. We did the Ukraine build, which actually last night I managed to pay nearly £13,000 from the raffle money through to the Ukraine crisis appeal from the British Red Cross. In 2 payments, because anything over 10 grand, and they don't let you do that on their website, which is a bit weird. But yeah, that guitar, that baritone still needs to be finished. That will be done in a not live stream setting, because at this point there's predominantly wiring, finishing, sanding, the boring stuff that we don't want to watch. Speaking of boring stuff, well, let's build an instrument, shall we? Okay, now I have got a chunk of ebony. It is ebony. That is going to need to go through a thicknesser because it is rough sawn on both sides, which is not ideal. And a mahogany neck. I've honestly lost a bit of wood, and by a bit of wood I mean a bass guitar sized blank of ash that I set aside for this build like 2 days ago, and for the life of me I can't see it in the workshop. I don't have a clue. Is it behind you there, Tanya? Ah, Tanya's just found it. There we go. That makes life better. There we go. You hid it from me. You did it on purpose. I've been wandering around. That's why we were 2 minutes late. I couldn't find it. So this is the body. It is a really interesting piece of English ash, relatively weighty. It's got all of these gorgeous inclusions and random bits and pieces, and it's also got some flaming and some figuring. There is a live edge, although that I'm sure will be gone. Now, this is a live stream. The rules are the same. If you absolutely desperately want to support us and support the channel, but also have a question or comment read out, then please send through a super chat. We appreciate it very, very much, and we'll answer those. The chat, as it develops, goes by relatively rapidly. Tanya's actually wearing glasses today in preparation.
I'm trying to focus properly.
It's all good. So yeah, I'm going to mark out a centre line on this neck.
You might want to check the bit rate, because I've got a little warning come up. So
okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah, that's normal, is it?
Yeah, there shouldn't be anything changed. Basically, we're using the standard settings that we normally do.
Okay.
Every now and then, YouTube throws a hissy fit and just says, "Oi, you, what you doing?" Okay, now scale length. I'm thinking 34 inches, but I'm not sure. Oh, come on, computer. Yeah, 34 for a P-bass. We might as well keep it relatively standard. And and Creever Eye, because he has my mobile number says there's a body's worth of wood stacked right next to you on the shelf there. That's a very good point. That's a nice chunk of figured mahogany right underneath the beer bottle. Let's get that out of the workshop. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Questions, queries, comments. Let's go. I'm going to start working out center lines and bits and pieces. Now I do have in the back there some templates for a jazz bass, I think. The necks are a different. There we go. Yeah, the necks are a different width. Some templates for a jazz bass. I've got templates up the wazoo. We're good. We're good.
There's an avalanche in the corner.
And you say I've got too much space down here. The new extension is in progress. There we go. There's a whole other shed out there, and yeah, at some point we'll finish that. But yeah, it's chaotic. It's chaotic. So it's all been taped together for me.
Oh goodness.
I'm just breaking everything. What can I say?
You got a super chat here from Franz Truter.
Franz Truter, how are you?
It says, blame the squirrels, they're taking revenge.
They very much are. That's actually a really cool. I saw a thing on social media this morning. Some guy was in a shopping trolley, snagging a lift behind an oil truck, and I'm like, okay, that's either South Africa or it kind of looks like England. And it was, I had to pause it. It took a good minute or two to find a place where I could see a sign, but yeah, it was just outside Joburg on a proper full-on highway going. Anyway.
Yikes.
So yeah, I was right. This is a J-type base template, and the nut here is about 38 or so, whereas a P-type is 43. I don't want to use this template for the neck, so we're gonna do something else. But at the very least, it gives me something that tells me that blank is just about the right size. Like, wow. And the most interesting thing for me is the size of the headstock. It's not quite in the center of the headstock, and I want to, if at all possible, keep the headstock out of the one piece. This then allows me to say, basically, my center line needs to be around about there. Now the other thing is I want to use this relatively planed side to run my truss rod route off. So I need the center line, wherever it is, to run parallel to that. So straight on to the rulers.
Super chat from the Solar Tree.
The Solar Tree?
Saying, finally a live stream base build. Can't wait to complete my own shed so I can start making bases.
Yeah, I'm honestly not entirely sure which is more exciting. New workshop, new tool, or new project. I think they sort of meld into one, don't they? But yeah, I hope it goes rapidly and well. One thing I would say, if you find yourself with the question, should I put insulation, always go for it, especially if you're in the UK. I was tempted just to, in the interests of going faster, I was tempted to just leave the inch thick woods and be done with it. But I'm going to take longer, and I'm going to do this properly. Now I wonder. Okay, so at this stage, Tanya, would you mind doing a poll?
Yeah.
I can either use this template and have a P-base style pickup with a J style neck, or basically a J base nut width or a P base nut width. You guys let us know. Oh, and by the way, it's going to be fretless. What did Jacko play? Now, it's not something that you guys have seen me do very often, recently at least, is use the router table. If I'm using this template like this, I'll end up using the router table.
Okay, super chat from Dave.
Dave.
I did a colour test for my GGBO kit build.
Cool.
And preferred my shots vibrant over my bottles pastel. Is there enough in a shot bottle for a whole guitar?
Okay, seriously, if you use the shots diluted, you run the risk of having serious issues. I have done that with black before, just to get a particularly dark black, and it actually caused all sorts of issues. The shots are meant to be deleted. The shots are meant to be diluted. The black in this particular case decided to come through the finish. So yes, basically, if used properly and diluted at least to a certain extent, if you dilute a shot to the extent that it's supposed to, which is basically 1 drop to 20 or thereabouts, you'll have about 2 bottles worth of stain if you are going based on the standard size bottles that we do. Okay, that's there. I don't know enough about bases. Here I am. Yeah, it's 34 as well. Cool. Now, truss rod. That's interesting. So I don't particularly want the truss rod to be going through the back of the neck there, and it's slightly longer, but that's fine, it'll be underneath the fretboard there. So that's good.
Super chat from Kukamai.
Hey.
Ben, don't drop the bass.
But I want to drop the bass. Don't even do it. I'm reacting to the bad puns with bad puns of my own. All right, so I'm going to use the
camera angle a bit, just so they can. I've got a couple.
Oh, you can't
comments.
see. Yeah, sorry.
Angle.
Somebody walked into that. It wasn't me.
It's a bit high.
It actually was me. My apologies. There we go. I think. Double check. Come on, you stepped all over my who let the dogs out because I'm about to use the bench dogs.
Well,
I'm just playing Fukamai. I mean, you know. Anyway, it's very important. Work holding is seriously important. And I'm not sure which side I want that on. Maybe not that. There we go. All right. Now, before I put the base on, the Triton router, I'm gonna change the cutter. And this is, as you've heard me say, it's one of my favorite. It's one of the reasons why I'm such a huge fan of Triton. It's their routers. Now, we had some. There we go. Some work up at the house where Jasmine needed a new wardrobe, and she had managed, because she lives in her gaming chair, she'd managed to destroy it, and I took a bunch of tools up to the house to deal with that. I mean, literally, while she was still gaming, I was bending pieces of metal and drilling holes in the metal and tapping and all of that jazz, so that the chair was not falling apart. And she's still going, but I'm gonna die if you... Children. Okay. Now I need a quarter inch cutter. That is not a particularly nice quarter inch cutter, but it will do. Ouch. Okay, now something that I've come to realise is that obviously prior planning is pretty required. I am wondering about doing a poll to design what will be the next build. Tanya, you're smirking and sort of very quietly laughing away back there. What's happening?
I'm just enjoying the general chat.
I'm assuming all the normal people are here.
Oh yeah, we've got some. Yeah.
Do you want to read some names out?
Well, there's lots of comments. Well, let's do the super chats we've got here.
Okay.
Black Wraith says, "What is your opinion on the feasibility of a hollow body base? How would that affect the tone, if at all?"
Absolutely feasible. Well, just think about the Hohner violin bass. It's Hohner, not Hofner. That Paul McCartney used forever and still does. They're, very, very popular. So yeah, there are. Yes. How does it affect the tone? I think it adds complexity to the pickups as well. So I would say build it and see what you think after the fact. Okay, so what I did is I prepared myself for this and then filmed an entirely different video, and as such everything's moved. I started a thought earlier. I do want to run a poll at some point through this, designing the next base that we build. But you have some super chats.
Okay, yeah. Paul Need says, "At Beth McKellar heard the words shots and was about to open the tequila."
Beth, it depends on what time of day it is. We should actually, honestly, make Stunning Stains with sort of cocktail or shot-inspired names. That could be quite fun. Anyway, sorry, Beth, you're a bad influence on me. And Paul. But it's alright, we understand. Okay, so I'm just setting the I need to get this set so that it's all centered on where I want to run the truss rod. And this is one of the things that is not my favourite about the Triton. It's this system, while being incredibly sturdy, when you're there, it's just a bit of a, it's not that fun to set up. Questions?
Yeah, Matt Lang says, what end is the truss adjustment going to be? Jazz neck all the way for me.
Okay. It's going to be at the headstock because I absolutely don't want it in the body. I don't care where it is traditionally, nor do I actually know. Yeah, I want it in the headstock because it's easier to access and makes more sense. From a setup point of view, doing it in the body is always annoying, in my opinion. What do you guys think of spoke shave or spoke wheel truss rod adjustments in the fretboard? Okay, so we run that along. It doesn't actually appear that I've... Okay, it feels like I'm slightly off, which is interesting.
Connie's has come back and said, Beth's birthday, tequila whenever. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And yeah, I hope that you have a great one and don't spend the entire day with us. 47 and 48. Look at that. I was talking to you and I was a whole millimetre out. I'm going to start, because the router is now going to be centred, I'm going to start at the nut, which is nearest the headstock, which is the most important section, and then crack on from there. But yeah, happy birthday. And I am, if Terry Love shows up, we need to congratulate him for his birthday last week. I was actually sad that I missed the live stream last week because of that. Now, just to...
Yes, Terry's here.
Oh, Terry, happy birthday for last week.
He says, all three, new tool, new workshop to start a new project.
I think I agree. Okay, so yes, it's about 9mm, so it's absolutely standard. Now at this point you drop the router bit until it stops on the neck. Hold on. Lift up the depth stop. Move that over there. Drop the depth stop. That depth there is now set with the depth of the body. And of the top of the wood that you're working on. And I want to go 9mm deep. It's actually really awkward to do. Try not to get my head in camera. So it's a fraction deeper. And this depth stop here is hollow, so as I go down, it'll go down to that thing. And there we go. Now, the other day I set up the extraction so that this hose here, which is now behind all the clamps, there we go. This hose here is down to an extractor over there, which is hooked up to an IVAC system that turns it on when I turn the machine on, as long as this is plugged into that as well, which is over here. Extraction hose, power, marked out. Let us set our depth stops. Now on this side, I'm just going to have to look for the line because I don't have anything longer. Could I? Let's get up off the wood then, shall we? No, I'm just gonna look for that line. But over here, I'm going to put a clamp at the end to physically stop me from going any further than I want to. There we go. Alrighty, before I get routing, any questions? And
oh, lots of questions have come in. Gosh, now I've got to find them because the chat's going fast.
okay, Tanya, you're...
Stephen Hay says, Ben, have you ever thought of casting a guitar body in bronze?
Oh my god.
I make statues in bronze and know you can make very thin statues.
I was literally talking about it on the Q&A last night. We were talking about alternative materials and methods, because the person asking wasn't particularly interested in woodworking but was interested in guitar building, and one of my options was lost wax casting. And while saying that, I realized that you could actually do a very thin lost wax cast bronze guitar. I would love to do that. I mean, guitar building mixed with molten metal? Oh yes. Okay. Extraction. This thing has got all sorts of perspex there. I'm going to turn my lapel mic off. Tanya, if you wouldn't mind dropping the volume on there.
Lockdown.
And we'll do some routing. Yeah, the router is backwards to me at the moment, which is a bit weird, but anyway. Okay, so whenever you're writing something like that, always do it in several passes, because you absolutely, It's much safer. And then before you remove the setup on the tool, double check that it's deep enough for what you want, which is the case here. That's fine. Now, just while we're about it, I'm gonna square off the ends at both sides, and this rod here is it's a little bit wider, so we're gonna have to do some chiseling. And it's just a case of knock it out a fraction.
Super chat from Rog Pigfender.
Hey.
Hey Ben, do you have any advice for someone only able to build outside in a garden? Brackets, no shared indoor options currently available. I'm UK based.
Okay. That's a good question. I mean, the most important thing is that you obviously are going to be bringing stuff in. Hold on, I just need to thwack this. I do like these chisels, but they don't seem to hold an edge. I don't think any chisels hold an edge quite as well as my old Ashley R's. They were sold for charity.
Oh, your mic's on properly?
They should be.
Yeah.
They should be now. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Oh, it is running out of battery though. That's interesting. How did you know? Okay, so first of all, store the material in a nice dry place. I'm going to change these batteries now and talk through the main mic. Emphatically store the wood and material, etc., somewhere dry. I've seen really impressive home workshops where I think the one I'm recalling was a small cupboard in a flat on the 30th floor somewhere in New York or something like that, and essentially a broom closet was full of all of the tools required to make actual furniture. So the amount of space that we've got here is not necessary. Tool wise, you can fit it with some thought into a small area, but yeah, mini mocks on vise, look into that. You can use vintage Black & Decker workmate kind of things. There we go. That would work very well. But in general, the most important thing is where you store the wood, where you store the material and the hardware and all that jazz. You want it to be in the environment in which you're going to build. I don't know, what does the chat think? Is there anything that I'm missing?
Somebody mentioned Tamar's tabletop workbench.
Perfect. That is, yes. 3x3 custom Tamar, she's incredible. And that was a very, very cool build. So, yeah. I heartily concur.
You had a super chat from Disky saying PPE. There was a few shouts for you to put your specs on again.
Goggles weren't required. Here's an interesting thing. The weld here sometimes gets in the way and needs to be removed. Guitar builders use files a lot more regularly than general woodworkers. There you go. The funny thing is that I really do The cats don't currently have food that they particularly like, so they're being particularly shouty at us. I am so much better with PPE than so many YouTubers out there. But anyway, it is what it is.
Somebody's asking if the Q&A from last night is available to watch. And they can't find it.
Okay, sorry, I'll check out later. That should be live. That should be live later. There was a small technical thing, but I will check that out after this stream. All right. Oh, in that poll, what does the poll say?
Yeah, we can end it. It's 56% J-base nut width.
Phew. Okay, that's excellent. And did anybody actually answer? What base did Jacko Pistorius use?
I didn't see the answer to that. I'll keep my eye out for it. I'll go back up. Hold on.
Because he's fretless and all that. Okay. Well, that's really good then. What we've got...
Matt Lang says Jacko played jazz.
I thought so. So it's jazz bass. This is going to be a jazz bass style, but with a P bass pickup. This instrument is also going to be available for it'll be raffled off. There will be a video series later on the main channel at some point. At this point, if I don't start putting the video series of the acoustic guitar build, I think people can start rebelling. Yeah.
Yeah, that's popped up.
Yeah.
Somebody just said.
We're there. Okay, so I've actually got, this is a really chunky piece of sapele here, and it is thick enough to make 2 of this style neck. I don't like wasting wood, so I'm going to chop it down. Yeah.
Basics is saying, don't do a J-bass body, I beg of you.
No, it won't be a J-bass body. I'm actually thinking about doing a body fairly similar to the baritone, the Ukraine build, just for interest's sake. But what do you think of that? Okay.
Yeah, people saying custom shaped body, please, Ben, from Mikey Copeland.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that gives me that. There's templates. Yeah. Even got some strings. Okay. There we go. I'm going to put my lapel off just while we do this cut.
Do you want me to turn down the main?
Yeah, if you could. Here's something other YouTubers don't do. Always adjust the depth of cut here so that if you slip, you don't cut your hand off. I'm also using a much narrower blade than I should, but I should be alright. All right. There's going to be a little bit more machine noise. I should have actually turned on my iTunes and started listening to my story, to be honest. Hindsight and all that. Any questions?
Yeah, we've got a super chat from the big unit.
I thought you were teaching in 3 hours away from home today.
Is there a specific way the truss rod should go in? As in, which side should face the fretboard?
The flat section. The rod is always at the bottom. The flat section is always at the top. Okay, I'm gonna go and use the thicknesser. Tanya,
I need to move.
I think you need to move. Yeah, just currently.
That one's not on, is it?
Yeah, go next to the door. Tanya doesn't want to be on camera because I think I've got all of the in this relationship. I've got all of the genes that say, "Hey, look at me, look at me." But anyway, yeah, I'm going to run this through the thicknesser, and that will give me an accurate thing to work from. Okay, this camera is currently on.
Okay. Do I need the...
You will need those, yes. Okay, now the other issue is that I have not got this properly set up.
Sorry.
You're on camera.
I thought I'd just grab my... That's going to end full of dust.
It will. Part of the new workshop adjustment is going to be hooking this system up to a thing. Big Unit Super Chat says, I am teaching today. I've been there. I have to be there in about an hour. I got up stupid early just for you. I am not worthy, but thank you for your support. I hope your day goes well. Okay, my mic off. This workshop is too small. Okay. Eliza Sinclair sent a super chat through just saying, hey from Australia. Welcome, and thank you for joining. Of course, I walked into that camera, didn't I? Hold on. Look at that while I fix this. There's no way I don't walk into cameras.
You on?
Okay, there we go. That's good, and we're good. This is fun. I like starting new projects. I don't seem to be very good at finishing old ones.
I think they've noticed. I'm going to have to help you schedule so you can...
I think that is a very, very good... yeah, it's necessary. Alrighty, so this, we're going to have to somewhat customize the headstock because this is not... The blank isn't quite big enough, but that's okay. We're not actually doing a completely traditional J-base. And we're using these Goto. Yeah, it is standard. With the relatively small bodies, not those giant things. So we can actually lose 10 mil off the side of that quite happily. All right. Now, remember my center line that I drew was about right there, but there wasn't. So I need to go and double check that. And just get rid of everything else I've done. When you lose a center line, it is not ideal. Right, hit me with some questions while I figure this out.
Well, here we go. The big unit says, after planing, is the truss rod cavity too shallow now?
No, I didn't touch the top of the board. But if I had, then yes, it would be a problem. So I'm now using. The truss rod itself to mark the center line.
Adam KK says jazz bass neck is most important. What about fretted to the 12th fret and then fretless?
So this morning I watched the Steve Vai thing that he's just released with the 3-headed guitar and the harp bit and pieces. Can't remember what the song's called, but one of those necks is done exactly that way. Tempting. Very tempting. It's even more tempting to... Never mind. Stop it. You're a bad influence. Who was that?
I'm sorry, did I not say?
No.
Adam KK.
You did say. I'm terrible at remembering these things.
Sometimes I don't.
Okay. Yeah, Adam. Bad influence.
Terry Love says, apologies, I'm fighting with Google and YouTube. They think I've moved to the Netherlands and I'm trying to use euros. I'm quite sure.
I mean,
how
the
that
Netherlands
comes about.
the Netherlands is a pretty cool place, to be honest. Schoolie is one of our. Oh, there is a. We've done that. One of our 3-month students at the moment who's just coming to the end of his course. He's a particularly talented bass builder, actually. And yeah, he's looking for work in the Netherlands if you know of anybody who builds guitars there. Okay, so I've continued the lines of my nut, which were where I had them before. Set up the center line there. And the back, and then double check. And we're good. A lot of people ask, I use the Graph Gear 1000 by Pentel, and I tend to, when I'm drawing on wood, use the 0.9mm lead. I'm not sponsored by them, but I wish I was, because I love them. There we go. Okay, back to the bandsaw. Now, we're going to use the bandsaw to cut away the excess, and I want to cut to within, say, 1 millimeter of the line. I absolutely do not like using routers on end grain at all, but when you have to cut away most of the material before you start. In that invice handle, you know what I mean. Okay. No, I won't use that one. Okay, my mic off. And same thing, always remember to set it so that you're not going to cut yourself if you slip or sneeze. Do you know what? I take it back. Idiota. Okay, sorry, I take it back. I can't cut now because I don't know what my headstock's going to look like.
Okay.
So let us just figure that out.
Stephen Ford said 2+2 headstock to reduce the neck heaviness. I'm not sure.
That is a valid point. I've got a relatively heavy body here. No, I can't. I've already got four-side tuners. Okay, now when designing headstocks, my honest opinion is start with something that already exists. If at all possible, start with a template, and you don't necessarily need to give a toss about the actual shape, but the positioning of the holes and the strings. Just doing that has just saved me probably 10 or 20 minutes worth of messing around. Okay, so here are my tuners. I think we actually do now sell these on crimsontowers.com.
Terry Love sent a super chat. Says, yay, Google YouTube had decided I'm in the UK and billing in GBP, not euros. So he's back on the super chat.
How did they decide you were in Netherlands? Anyway.
And then there's a super chat from Franz Truter.
Hey, hey.
Steve Vai is such a good guitar player that he doesn't need a guitar strap. He uses his mind to keep it levitating.
Yes.
Or they edited out the
noticed.
guys holding it up in the green morph suits.
I was wondering if maybe he had giant magnets on the back on a belt or something. But yeah, it's cool. Okay, so I've got... I've cut that off much, much smaller than it would have been, which is cool. And I think I just actually I'm going to cut away this excess here, leave all of that square for now. And see what we end up with. Oh, we could even just leave that end. I've always liked that very blocky kind of a look.
Terry Love in Super Chat saying, I've no idea why Google thought I'd moved. Maybe one of their folks was visiting Amsterdam and smoking the good stuff.
Maybe. I mean, this is Google, so all of that's becoming somewhat legalized over there, isn't it? Yeah. What do you guys think? You can't really see that.
I think they've got some strong opinions on the headstock.
Yeah, I'm waiting. This is the thing. I'm just waiting for the. I'm waiting for them to come out.
Okay. Brendan Elton said Jackson style headstock a bit earlier.
Which one? That pen is not good for drawing on wood.
Matt Lang said I'd route out the bottom edge of the headstock like a Yamaha RBX split level headstock.
Yeah, that's cool.
And KK says maybe Telecaster style headstock. NTO Steve says too thin.
It is very thin, isn't it?
Fukamai wants a pole. Stephen Ford says banana style headstock.
No, go away.
Steeper angles maybe from Nap Fraser. I'm not sure on that one. Andre Silva said McNull they want their headstock back. Too thin again.
Remember, once you've got your tuners on, the whole thing
needs more curves from Steam TV. Yeah, lots of people saying too thin. Yeah, no straight lines on the headstock if at all possible from Peter.
Every single headstock
Definite.
you've ever seen has straight lines. I'm just adding a few more.
Mikey Copeland says should have done a reverse headstock.
I'm literally working with the hardware that I had in at the time.
Robert R says a little wider at the neck end side. We got a lot of opinions.
Yeah, I do think that it needs to be wider.
Basics says that's a note from me.
Well, the thing is, I don't want nopes.
FFS 976 says looks unbalanced, too top heavy. Paul Cook's asking what shape complements the body you've gone for.
Well, this is the thing. So the body is it's this sort of thing. So yeah. All right. That immediately fixes that. Bump bump.
Jade Guitars is saying a scroll headstock.
You really want me to...
Tim Jennings says, do a double base inspired headstock hollow centre. Andrew Roland says, yeah, it needs curves like the body.
Headstocks are the absolute most stressful things to design.
I think you're going to divide opinion no matter what you do, really. Tim Jennings said a super chat, do a Dan Thompson aka double bass headstock. And Sweet Tea Guitar says use a Ben Crowe headstock.
Who the hell is he?
Peter Kettener says, can we get a squirrel's tail headstock?
Yeah, why not? Okay, let me think about this. So we've got a cool edge there. I do think I do want to have that sort of kubiki kind of a very straight lined thing at some point, but not necessarily this build.
Steen TV sent a super chat saying, could you put a decorative F hole in the headstock and please make it a lined fretless?
Yes, it's definitely going to be lined. This is the bit where things start taking a long time. How many people do we have watching at the moment, Tony?
We are at 400.
Oh, crikey. All right. Well, I was just about to throw this away. It's got all the fixings at the bottom. Let's not do that. Fine. Let's just be boring, shall we?
They're demanding a poll.
Yeah, if we're just going to be boring, but boring is something that people want.
Lisa Hushberger
Tradition,
says,
at least.
any headstock besides the jazz headstock, I trust you got it, Ben. Hi, Tanya.
Hey, that came through just as I was using the template to draw the jazz headstock back on. Well, it's not the jazz headstock, it's
Quite a few people
version.
have asked for the hole down the middle.
Yeah. Okay, stop sketching with a permanent marker. For starters, that is a bad idea.
Radnox is saying it's too much like a fender.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Every single base on the planet is that. Pretty much. So I don't. Anything I do here is absolutely derivative. Every single line I draw is based on, or is something that somebody else has designed. But I think I'm quite happy with that.
The big unit says kind of looks like a BC Rich classic style in line before they went to this super pointy flame.
Yeah. There we go. I'm quite happy with that. I think that it's fairly derivative, but it's also pointy, it's lighter weight. I can take off a little bit more as I go. I could also I could have some fun with that. So there we go. Now I suppose you could run a poll and say has Ben made the right decision, because I'm going to go and cut it while the...
Yeah.
No, don't do that, because that could end up being
Well, you
painful.
can tweak it afterward if you. Yeah. Paul Lee says copy the upper bout of the baritone.
It's that will this will work. I'm absolutely sure that this headstock will work with the design of the body. Okay, so I'm turning my microphone off, and we're going to go and yeah, let's cut some wood. Saying
Dave
no.
just suggested Christmas tree.
Who was that? Was it Tim Jennings that said fender bender? I like it. Okay, where are we? Let us have a look at camera 3. Fantastic. So, am I being shouted at?
Not particularly. What?
Sort of,
can you
is
clarify what wood the neck is?
The neck is sapele. Is this a PV style headstock? I think it's, yeah, I think it's PV-ish. Anyway. Yeah, I quite like that. I think that's fine. Okay. So at this stage I'm going to put the template in place on the neck and then clear off the router table. Let's just put these away for now.
Terry Love sent a super chat.
Hey, Terry.
It must be a stressful process. Ben is getting wrinkles on the top of his head.
Quick, I need more tattoos.
Tape will do it. Just tape the back of your head really tight.
Sort of, is
Sort
it?
of, yeah, sort of do
So,
Tape fixes everything.
I think tattoos fix it. Hey, look, I'm the avatar, guys. Okay. Damn it. I put the masking tape away. I need it. Have I told you about our Lord and Saviour, the masking tape and super glue trick? Wait, I have? Seriously? Oh, I'm tripping over. There's a router there. Alright, now, this is quite easy. I'm just going to run a couple of pieces of tape down either edge. In fact, to be honest, this is overkill. But overkill is better than underkill, I suppose.
Have you put that hardware somewhere safe, have you?
Yeah, it's in its box. Never to be seen again.
Terry's saying Ben has just invented the 102nd use for masking tape. I think I should accept responsibility for that one.
I absolutely think that was you. That was on you. Okay, now when you're doing this, it's important not to use the shiny masking tape, blue tape, that sort of stuff. The super glue doesn't stick to it. And if it's a routing situation like this, then burnish the tape down on both sides, and that makes sure that you're not going to slip. And it's just a case of, in the middle of the tape, a little bit of super glue.
Question here from Goth Rider Creations. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Bunn, I collected a few birch branches from the recent storm. Other than drying them out, would there be any issue with cutting them in half and making necks?
I don't think that would work. Okay, just pushing that down a little bit. Essentially, if it's just thin branches that are almost the right size, you aren't going to have very much. The grain's going to be all wrong. It's going to be all over the place, and it's not going to have huge amounts of strength. I don't think that you will. Yeah, essentially, if it's big enough to cut a board out of, you should be fine. If it's roughly the same size as a neck, I don't think that would work very well. And I'm really surprised that it's not something I've ever considered before. If you can dry it, and you can dry it, and it will stay dry, and that's, you know, I mean, it could be a cool. It could be pretty cool. Okay, so let's get this camera set up and to a point where it's not going to have you in it. Look at my mess. What a mess. That's going to be fun. All right.
Lisa sent a super chat. It says, Tanya, congratulations on 16 years of being with your own April Fool. I was happy to hear you took you out for a nice dinner. That's nice, wasn't it? That was a real treat.
It really was. I'm still digesting being called your very own April Fool. Okay, sorry, I've hidden that guitar in a thicknesser. Nobody turned the thicknesser on. These are the instructions for the shed.
Wolford Guitars are saying, behold my stuff, because you've got just a great big pile of stuff in the shot there.
It's carnage. It's absolute carnage. So it really, it is absolutely. These are the instructions for the new shed. There's all the various bits and pieces left over from it. New tools. Isn't that cool?
Mark Jennings says, good morning, have I missed much?
Not much. Apparently I'm Tanya's very own April Fool, which I'm still coming to terms with. Sorry I missed your messages last night. I probably should have listened to you, Mark. He was messaging me while I was doing the live stream and trying to pay the British Red Cross the money from the raffle, which was just yeah, hardware, shed bits, any flat surface. Hey, I honestly didn't think I would be using this router table today, so I didn't worry about it. Does anybody know what these hinges are for? I think windows. They're a bit weird. Let me know.
Have they come with the new?
No, I've had them for a while. The hinges that come with these sheds all have screws on the outside of the door. So they also come with locks and things. But it means that somebody just with a screwdriver can unscrew the hinges and take the doors off. It's insane. So, yeah. Nearly there. Do we have any questions?
Mark Jenny says, I wasn't being naughty, Tanya, don't hit me.
He wasn't being naughty, he was trying to stop me from...
George Davis says, Ben, I thought you cleaned the shop and reorganised. You reorganised all the stuff to that table. That's
I did. A flat surface will end up with stuff on it. For example, the process, I've ended up with stuff on the bandsaw that doesn't belong on the bandsaw. Anyhow, so let's do this. Let's get this over here without making you guys too ill.
Robert asks, is universal problem with a workshop flat surface pile stuff on it?
Yeah, it's just is what it is.
People are saying those are shutter hinges.
Shutter hinges. Okay. Can you write that down so I can Google that later?
Yeah.
Okay. We're good. I might even have the right router bit in there. this. What's happening down there? Oh, I see. It's my hose. Haha. Do you know what? This router bit will actually do the job. It's not the one I was going to choose.
You know, as I'm going to call this flat surface problem the universal law of crapitation.
Universal law of what-tation?
Crapitation.
Crapitation. So it's like gravitation. Yeah.
Everything just gravitates to the flat surface.
I like it. I agree. Okay. So there we go. I've now got that where I want it to be. The bearing is running off the template. And then you lock the router off so that it absolutely will not move. Double check that I'm on, and yeah, I'm going to turn my microphone off, and we're going to take some passes and see what happens. Do you want to read what made you mad?
Oh, Terry, love. The back corner looks messy too. Honestly, Ben could have a hanger fit for a jumbo 747 and it would still end up a mess. He's not wrong.
Have you seen Crimson recently? 10,000 square feet of mess. This is the whole point. If I didn't have wood and materials stored here, it would be fine. But I do, and it ain't. All right. Microphone off. That's it, Ben. Ah. Okay. PPE, people. Alrighty. That worked almost perfectly. There's a bit of tear out here, which is annoying. So yeah, that's annoying. We're going to have to fill that with dust and glue. Most of it's going to be carved out with the carve of the neck. Yeah, less than ideal. Anyhow, isotunes away. You should check out the new isotunes. The isotunes free aware are very cool. Okay. I do not use router tables on headstocks. I've had too much pain doing that. So, yeah. And I struggle to pull the template off because this is flexible and the whole thing just wasn't working. So at this stage we're going to be moving over to the sand. No, we're not. Let's get the fretboard on. We'll sand the headstock after that so that the curve is nice and done. Just for fun, I'll chop that off quickly though. How's it going over there?
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure where I got to because I read them to myself. So I think Mark Jennings super chat. Did I do this one? Now that I've been paid and sent my brother Tim also in the chat his birthday present, I can donate again to Ben's new camera fund.
Oh my god, I think we've both completely forgotten about that camera. Thank you very much. And Tim Jennings, I suppose. Is that Tim?
We did have a Tim, yeah.
Yeah, I did not realise that you guys were cut from the same cloth, as it were. Okay, so I'm just cutting the excess off here. And there we go.
I'm not sure about this name. I think it's Dime Bag 1.
Yeah. Dime Bag was a particularly talented guitarist.
There we go.
Who's, yeah.
It says, "Hi Ben, what are the dimensions of your router tabletop?"
I do not know, but it is the Triton Work Centre. It's the modern Triton Power Tools Work Centre. It's got that, and there's also a table saw attachment, or a, what would you call it? I can't remember the proper term for it. But yeah, it's got a table saw attachment and then living up tables and all sorts of stuff. It's a really cool system. And it's great for storing stuff. Okay, that's all good. That is running. I'm thirsty. Where have we? We've been going for an hour and a half at this point.
Gonna do a recap.
Yeah, all right, fine. So at this point, we've been going for an hour and a half, and we have prepared most of a neck, including designing a cool, new, utterly unique, totally derivative headstock, but one that I think will work with the body that we have roughly planned. And routed the truss rod, routed the main outline of the neck. We are now going to move on to installing said truss rod. And preparing and gluing on a fretboard. Come on then. Now, truss rods, you want to avoid rattle. And the other day, for the first time ever, I had a truss rod rattle, even though I had put in 3 sections of masking tape on the top. I'm going to put a section in the middle of the cavity as well, just a little bit. So we're talking about a small bit of masking tape rolled around itself with the sticky side out. And that just bang in the middle will do the job nicely. I just dropped my masking tape.
Creeper is asking, are you not going to use carbon stiffening rods?
No. No, that's a very good point. No, I'm not using stiffening rods in this case. It's not absolutely necessary. And it's also not something that I've done. I've not used stiffening rods for a long time, but I don't have any here that are long enough. So yeah, instruments were built without them for many, many years. Oy. So yeah, same thing. Masking tape wrapped around itself with the sticky side out so it stays in place. And we want to do that in the middle here. And actually I don't have room at the end of the neck there, but there's a little bit of play here. So we just want to fill this gap. I find myself wondering if hot glue could be of use with this. Anyway.
Super chat from Jules.
Jules, hey.
Hey Ben, sending pictures via email didn't work. Tried via Insta, love the base build, and he sent the rock on fingers emoji.
Cool. So Tanya and I, we've been talking about about ways in which we could sort of work together a little bit more closely on this whole side of things, and I think I just need to give you my Instagram and.
I need to sort you out, don't I? Really. Very.
That sounds
naughty
dangerously
boy.
like just putting a gun to my head. Please define sort out. Yes, emphatically. There are hundreds of messages on just my personal Instagram that I just do not have the time nor the mental capacity for, and I know there are things in there that I need to see. So yeah, we need to sort that out. Okay, now fret the board. The problem is this is very rough sawn, and I mean that is skanky, to use a term that I don't use very often. Let me see what else we've got.
While you're over there, the big unit sent a super chat. He says, how messy it is holds no relevance. The important question is, can I find what I'm looking for when I need it? That's organised chaos theory.
Yeah, this is a very good point. Oh, would you look at that? It's prettier, it's a base fretboard, and it's perfectly planed. Yes, I can find what I'm looking for. Ha-ha! Much better. Organised chaos theory, that sounds fun.
Super chat from JS Trucking Guitars.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good morning, Ben. Did you see those drool tools?
Not yet. I have not turned on a computer since last night.
I'll take a picture to remind you.
No, I lie through my teeth. I have turned on a computer, but it was only to get this stream up and running. But yes, please, that's another thing. I need to get onto the stream email. There's actually a wormhole in this. Anyhow, yeah, that is absolutely really not ideal.
A few people are worried you've lost your
Way?
your
Mind?
your holes, your tuner holes that you've still got your
Oh,
cut.
that's a very good point. Yeah, I have still got my piece of wood carefully stored, so I'll drill those through later. But that is a good point. Before I cut that out, I should have drilled. Yeah, I should have drilled all of that through. But well, actually, let's just do that quickly now, because you guys are correct.
Yeah, you've had a lot of comments on that one.
This is the thing. You guys keep me on the straight and narrow. Oh, we go. Thank you for that, everybody.
Okay, super chat from Gody the Roadie says, Dimebag Darrell, my musical idol, the ML Master.
Yes, I do not disagree with you.
Terry Love says, what about neoprene pads on top of the truss rod to damp rattle?
Yes, they are a fixed thickness, and the reason I use the masking tape is that I've got a thing about masking tape, you might have noticed, but I can make it thicker or thinner as required. I think I'm going to stick with the darker side. Yeah. Quick poll, Tanya.
Okay, let's get that up. Okay, what else?
All dark or part light, something like that. And while you're doing that, I'll grab a bunch of clamps out and just tidy up a little bit.
So this is which side up of the
Yeah.
fretboard, is it?
At every possibility, during a process like this, you should tidy up.
There we go.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, we just sold a plane. Fantastic. Okay, so that's good. I am going to be cutting the fret slots. I'm going to be cutting the fret markers / slots by hand. And that's always easier to do with the fretboard actually on a neck blank. So that's all good. It also means that I'm not worried about using locating pins, because this is a fretboard blank that's just going to be glued on. It doesn't matter if it moves a little bit, because I'm going to then use the neck itself as the template over on the router table to cut away the excess, and that will go through quite nicely. After we've glued that all, then it's onto the bandsaw, cut away the excess onto the router table to route away the final little bits and pieces. I want the end of the fretboard to overhang a little bit, so that'll be finished with a plane and a saw, and then it is sorting out the headstock. And I'm going to use the oscillating spindle belt sander by Triton just to get that done. There we go.
Which side has the wormhole on it? Will that affect
the wormhole is actually right off at the edge, and to be honest, it's quite cool. I'll make a feature of that. Maybe even go in there and make a miniature little worm with a little face just going, hello. Yes, I think I am actually insane. Anyway, it's all fun and games. Yeah, I think 30 seconds and then we end that poll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet Tea Guitar sent a super chat. I've been putting 2 small drops of silicone in the bottom of the truss rod channel, making sure I don't get any outside the channel. It's worked out great.
I think that's a damn fine idea. Yeah, I think that's a really good way of doing it. Okay. All right, end the poll and let's see where we're at then.
Okay. We are 64% part light.
Okay.
Went down to 63% right after I clicked on it.
Yeah, that's always the way. Okay, so that's essentially what we're going to end up with. It's quite cool. Let me actually see where roughly the 12th fret would be. About here. Yeah, about the 12th fret. So yeah, it's not going to make any difference because in the end, as I radius it, I'm going to take away more of the light wood as it stands. So yeah, let's just do that then. Okay, before we glue, yep, that will do nicely. Oh, after all that, I didn't actually get out all the clamps. And while I'm about it, I'm going to use the template as a clamping caul. All right. Let's just get the camera set up. Cool. Alrighty. Alkaline Professional. Low volatile organic compound aliphatic resin. All right.
I'm going to step out a minute, it won't be long.
Yep, no worries. For the longest time, I put masking tape over the truss rod channel, and I've come to the conclusion that that's not necessary. But that's the way it was done in the first book that I really listened to, which was Martin Koch on guitar building, something like that, and yeah. Put you over there for now. Okay, so the big hole is just off the edge, and we're good. That's lined up. Now, I've been told that, and I do tend to believe it, I've been told that when you are clamping up a neck, you should do it from one end to the other. If you start at either end and then clamp in like so, or from the center out, you might be putting in tension. And you don't want that. Right. Now, while I'm doing this, I'm going to grab a couple of other clamps. I have fewer of these quick release clamps than I had in the early days. I've managed to break more than a few of the handles by putting too much pressure on them. But yeah, that is what it is. Now after this, we're going to crack on with a body. And let's see where we get with that. Okay. Right, on with the G-clamps, just because. Tanya's just returned with a snack. I've started developing a little bit of anxiety, Tanya, when you're not here to tell me what they're saying that I'm doing wrong.
Okay, well, where are we at?
For a second, I honestly thought, did I remember to put the truss rod in there?
Terry Love said a super chat said, if you build intention, does that mean a fortune in therapy later?
Talking about my childhood, aren't we? Yes. Let's just go with that. Now the puppies want in.
I'll put them back up at the house in a minute.
I'll be going up in a second anyway. I've had rather a lot of coffee. Okay, so there we go. That's done. Just check that we're all good. And then visually inspect and see how much squeeze out. You don't want huge amounts, but you do want to see glue pretty much everywhere. And no gaps. Or at the very least minimal. Minimal gaps. There we go, he didn't give me that. What is Pippin barking at? Okay. I'm gonna crack on with this now. Let us put the neck on the one available flat surface in the workshop. Tripping over offcuts, etc. Fun. We're having fun. Should we do a poll? I'm not sure I want to do that, actually. That could be disappointing. Alrighty, so at this stage, it is coming up on 2 hours into this build. I'm just going to go and wipe off a little bit of glue. That's more than I would like. Where are we? 3. So basically, when I get to it, I want to have a clear path all the way around for routing. So there we go. They want in. But they're not allowed in. No, baby. No mummy's in here. Okay. So here comes the fun stuff. This is a really rather stunning bit of ash. I've got a few pieces from the same plank, and I've been waiting for the right project. Now, just out of interest, it's not that far off a fairly standard base size. This is the neck pocket. This is one of the earlier sets of templates that we made at Crimson when we were just getting used to the laser cutter. And you can see where the issue is and why I came here, just off the edge. Right, in general, I would say, especially when you're designing, oh, you see that's the smaller pencil, that's the 0.7 and they just break. Where possible, start with an existing shape just to give you an idea of dimensions and the like. More importantly to me, I'm interested in where the neck is going to be in relation to the strap button. From there, everything else is fairly... it's not that important. We can adjust anything. Okay, so we are 97, 97, and yeah, there's a centre line. Do we have any questions?
So we've got a super chat here from the big unit.
Hang on.
Saying, have a great day. I'm off to teach people how to not electrocute themselves. If you're still going 5 hours from now, I'll see you later.
I'll see you later then.
There's a... I can't read this name. It's a... HO0X maybe. Minis?
Okay.
Is that something...
doesn't ring a
reference
bell.
I should know. Please do a mix of Ukraine body shape and a Jaguar body.
That could be really cool. Right, so I started with that. Okay, look, at this point, I'm about to whittle myself and I am not thinking straight. So I'm going to shoot off up to the house, turn my microphone off and all that. My neck template is currently being a clamping core, so I can't use that to work out where my my bridge exactly is going to go, which is kind of important. So I need to do some maths, and I can't do that in this current state. So you guys talk amongst yourselves. I will be back in a minute or 3. Yeah. Good. You're gonna have to talk to them and answer questions.
I will try. Yeah. You're gonna take this one.
Yeah, I can take them out.
Pop them back. Shut the door again.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on in, please.
Prank. Twosome Carmen wants me to do some pranks. Dimebag says Ben needs a toilet near the extension. be too tempting to just make him live down here if he had a toilet down here. I think he's scared that if it's fully kitted out, I won't let him back in the house. Burn something. Salty Johns. Oh, Earhawks, thank you for clearing that one up. Ah, Sandy, did Ben end up putting a coffee machine in the shed? No, he ended up buying a machine for the house that has a like a thermos that the coffee goes into. So then it's not it's good on two ways, because then it's not overcooking the coffee when it's sort of sat on that little heat pad, and then you've got your little portable thermos of coffee that you can carry around with you, which would seem like a good solution. And to be honest, at the moment, he doesn't have space for anything else, and it would just be a bit chaotic if he had liquids and next to machines and things. So if he has space in the new workshop, it might move down here. Hide the glue. I don't have anything. Oh, he's coming back already. I was just wondering if I could just knock something on the floor with a stick, but he's already coming back. I think I'm a disappointment to them.
You're a disappointment.
Well, they wouldn't.
Oh, are they asking you to be naughty and play tricks on me? No. No, I trust you. Trust you far more.
I need to come up with a good one. Just one doozy, and then that's it.
You worry me. I talk about, I don't know, lightweight, funny pranks. And you're like, yeah, well, I'll use your toilet to brush your. I will use your toilet to clean your toothbrush. And I know I got that backwards. But anyway.
Yes,
so yeah, prank wars don't happen.
It's more satisfying when you never know.
So scary. Okay, anyhow, we're back. 2 hours in, and yeah, it's coming together. Now there's a lot going on here in the background. What are we doing? I dropped the plans, didn't I? Okay, so this is... I was thinking about utilising this general shape. Small-bodied, 34-inch base could be quite cool. The problem is it doesn't actually work with this scale length. So let me figure out where the bridge is. That's where I left. Think straight, Benjamin. 34 inches is 8.6. So I've got a Fret slot calculator app on my phone, which is amazing. Any questions while I'm messing around with this?
Yeah. Super chat from JS Trucking and Guitars. It says, it's already chaos in that shop. I'd love to see his reaction if you organise the shop when he's not there.
Ha!
I'd need a team. I'd need a whole team of people to come in.
Yeah, you really would. Okay, sorry, I'm just measuring this template here. There's 20 frets, obviously, and it's 13 millimeters from the edge of the fretboard. I think that would be quite... I'd never find anything ever again. Alright, so I've worked out my 20th fret. That is there. And that is 591.85. Okay. 864 minus 591.85 equals 27215. So my bridge, oops, sorry. Let me just double check that. Yeah. My bridge is there. And this is the bridge we're using. Ooh. Goto. My gosh, this stuff is good.
Terry Loves Super Chat says, Tanya, get the team and ship everything back to Crimson HQ. That is so tempting. I could set up...
I don't believe... Oh, what
this,
could you do in here?
Yeah, what could I do in here? I mean, all sorts.
Wait till I've built the rest of the shed. Yeah.
I could move some of your stuff from the house down here.
Well, that is kind of why I'm building the extension, to be honest. Okay, so just making absolutely sure that I am happy with things. There's the bridge line going through, roughly. I've got loads of space here. I'm happy with that. So this body blank is a little bit short. That's fine.
Dan Peacock sent a super chat. Send Bun out for a wild goose chase having to do with looking for a vintage tool auction. We shouldn't read this one out really because this is good. And then have everyone descend upon the shop, make it spotless.
I honestly think that that is impossible. I honestly think this is a workshop can never be spotless. Cacao and orange raw fruit and nut bar. Energy. Woohoo. Okay, I'm going to cogitate on this, munch this, turn my microphone off so you don't have to listen to me chew. Because I care.
We've had a few questions about the Ukrainian build. Will there be another video? You're not going to do another live stream. Will it be on live stream again when you've done it, or just a video?
I'm going to film the whole process and in time, those things are hard to swallow. Yeah, in time there will be a video series following the whole build start to finish, basically. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure what format that's going to take, but I will be filming the process and you will see it come together.
Horny says it's not too short if the neck pockets move further forward on it.
The problem with that is that my strap button position then gets even further away, and I don't like messing around with that too much. So in this way, it's going to move the guitar slightly that way, but it's not going to be neck heavy. Yeah. All right.
Super chat from JS Trucking Guitars. Did you just say conjugate? I think you meant contemplate. Cogitate. Cogitate. Contemplate. Sorry.
Cogitators think.
Salty John said spin the wood 180 degrees so the F-hole fits the grain.
There won't be an F-hole. I was just... And I'm not actually... I don't have enough space here. Yeah, I don't have enough space here to build this, essentially. The way that the neck works, the whole thing just doesn't work. So sadly, we're gonna, much like the headstock, have to go from scratch. Yeah. And this isn't actually an easy piece of wood. It's really hard to see what I'm doing because of all of the extra chaos and carnage.
Steam TV is asking how thick the body blank is.
About 38. Sort of like the idea of Jaguar-ish. Limitations, limitations, limitations.
Tiago Ramos says, make it look like Lemmy's bass, please. Just joined. I'd like to know if there's already a design. So you're working on it?
Yeah, I'm playing around with the design as we go. Because yeah, I had something in my head and it's not working. So at this stage, 2 hours and 17 minutes in, I'm having to actually think. And, ugh. Well, let's be... What are we going to do? Yeah, this really is not easy to see.
Grady the Radio wants to know how chippy is this wood. Stephen Ford says exclude the lower belt altogether.
Do you know what? I am really considering that.
Wee Ballistic says why not go for a shape a bit further away from the fender one, e.g. look at the designs from Jens Ritter.
I am seriously thinking about Ritter right now.
But don't copy him.
There's no such thing as not. Everything's derivative. I'm actually thinking a sort of a. I'm thinking more of a single cut kind of a shape. Every base you've ever seen almost has a double cut thing going on.
Creever Eye says, did I see correctly that the board has a hollow in the middle? How about planing it first?
Oh, that doesn't matter. No, there's going to be some carving going on later, people. But yes, that would be the wise thing to do. So we've got access. I'm actually looking at the screen behind the camera here, where I can see this much better. I can even make it bigger. That is incredibly useful. Too big. Sorry.
Dividing some opinions.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised.
Leprechaun said it looks like a mutated kidney.
Kidneys are expensive.
Rocket Punk Art said, have you ever wondered about how a quadruple cut of sorts would look?
A quadruple cut. Okay. I once had a guitar that went like that. 1 penis, 2 penis, 3 penis. 4. It was bad. It was really, really bad. And funnily enough, I actually sold probably 4 or 5 of them. So those guitars actually exist. Yeah, look at that. So we've got that works. Then we have a cutaway carve going there. There we go, more of a... That's not right anymore.
Yeah, Shane Joseph says, for some reason this design kind of reminds me of a wanderer. What is that one?
I don't know. What is a wanderer?
It's a well, it's spelled W-A-N-D-R-E.
Say that again. W-A-N.
W-A-N-D-R-E.
Wanderer. Okay. He says, just randomly Googling other people's guitars while we're doing this. Now we were talking about a sort of a sort of Jaguar style. Yeah. That could be fun.
Basic says, don't forget to double check how the headstock matches the body shape.
Yeah, so the headstock's got a fairly cool PV rocket shippy kind of thing going on.
Okay, JS Trucking Guitar sent a super chat. Ben, you're building a bass, it needs the double cutaway, doesn't look right with only one.
No, I've seen some of my favourite basses have single cuts, and I don't like sticking with convention just because. That being said, I should draw the pickups in place because that would be the smart thing to do. So we've got the templates here. We're roughly I really should have a P-Bass yeah. I'm looking at images now and just guesstimating. Oop. Now that I'm not actually doing woodwork right now, it sort of feels like I'm wasting time. But if you don't do the planning, then the whole thing doesn't work. Alright, see that's the thing. Now, vintage style bridge, vintage style pickup, and suddenly a more modern feel doesn't necessarily work. I think.
Super chat from Dan Peacock. Following this design process with great interest. My next project is a bass because I have one and need more maybe.
Yeah. Always more needed. Okay, so look at that. Now I've gone away and I've removed a huge amount of material where the neck pocket is, so I can't do that. It has to come up sort of to there at the minimum. Even if I go back, I do want to. I do.
Jazz tracking guitars. The only bass I've ever seen with a single cutaway was an acoustic bass. And then Terry Love, Super Chat. I think it was Leland Skylar, who has a bass with the 2 pickups the other way around, bass side further back.
Yes, I've done that before myself actually, and it actually sounded pretty cool. Okay, so that's carved, not outlined. And we've gone back to something similar to shred. A little bit. This was the original idea.
Super Chat from 790. Please say hi to Jenna Tallwarts Ritchie.
Jenna, greetings. Sorry. Hi. How are you, Jenna? I personally right now am somewhat conflicted and going through some mental torment.
Paul Ferraby's asking how much overlap is there at the neck joint?
I'm going to have to work on that. Not enough, and there will be enough. This is kind of why... Oh, can I combine the two? Can I combine the two? And will you guys hate me if I do? Okay, send as many super chats as you can, shouting at me. Is that is that a cheeky way to generate revenue? I'm not sure if I like this or hate this. Yeah, I'm struggling with this. So this body blank was cut out for... Wow, that looks horrific. Shut up, Ben. How many people are making sort of vomiting emojis? Yes, this was a guitar blank sized bit of wood.
Mikey Copeland says, no, Ben, no.
There we go.
Adam Dutton says, offset, offset, offset.
It's fairly offset.
Somebody says it looks like a shoe.
I was thinking much less pleasant things about that last iteration. So essentially,
No. You've got pukey emojis.
okay. Well, we've gone off that now. So yeah, forget the that last bit was really bad.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry,
I liked it better before you reduced the front hump.
front hump. Sounds like a Black Eyed Peas song. Okay, let us reconsider certain life choices. Yes, curves are required, but gosh darn it, this wood is destroying the pencil there.
Really dividing lots of opinions. People changing their minds backwards and forwards. And
I think we've designed about 10 or so that were absolutely 100% not. Didn't deserve to see the light of day, but this is the process, it's iterative. You never really know what you're going to get when you put pencil to wood. But that gives me my point for the strap buttons. That's off the center, that's off the center, so it's a little bit longer there. That's about even. And then when you go in with some carves, the carve changes the whole shape of the instrument from a point of view of how it feels. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if I did this super chat.
Okay.
I know I read it to myself. Disco Stew, do the neck joint similar to Boba Fett.
I have no idea what you mean. I've completely forgotten Boba Fett at this stage. Okay, hold on. When you guys should do this. I have a gallery in my... Talitha says she's on her way.
Okay.
I have a gallery on my phone of things that inspire me, basically. And actually, so here is a... There you go. So that's a Ritter bass. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely, you know, well, not a million miles off what I've gotten here, but yeah, his inlays, those oval inlays, so sexy. Anyway, a folder just full of things that inspire you, that you can just go through and look at from time to time and say, yeah, I like that, I don't like that. How do I want to do X, Y, Z? And it doesn't have to be necessarily guitars. I've got folders full of all sorts of random bits and pieces from all sorts of different crafts, from, you know, from random people carving apples to, that's a very cool looking guitar that some guy did, or some person did, to pottery, to stains, to X guitars. You know, there's all sorts of things. And when you're stuck with a design like this, it often helps to go back and see what other people are doing. And remember what inspired you about what they were doing. I'm quite happy with this. I am quite happy with this. Maybe a little bit more delicacy around there. And maybe a little bit more forward.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry.
Life choice reviews. Head tattoos? Question mark. Being a guitar builder rather than a bus driver? Question mark.
I feel like I'm on a journey today, I tell you. Head tattoos, I wish I'd had the money to get them done by better artists. And I'm stuck at a point now where I'm not happy with some of it. Obviously tribal is now no longer in vogue, but that's that is what it is. Guitar building is fine. I think that the real question is would life have been easier if I hadn't? Probably. But also, from a sort of mental health point of view, to be honest, I really do have a total blast for the most part. And yeah, I wouldn't change a thing. Bus driving though.
Apparently some people are seeing a rhino in the image there. I can see it where there's an eye from the other way up, I think.
Right?
Yeah, that's his eye, I think.
Yeah. Like, okay, so I'm meow.
Mike Copeland said, Tanya, get Ben to look at it from the lower bout, not above it.
Okay, give me a second.
Stephen Keane sent a super chat. Hi Ben, are you fully committed to the 34-inch scale length? 32 will allow a shorter body with the same neck.
I am. Yes, I am. At this stage, I don't want to. Sorry, that's a cat desperately trying to come in. He's saying it's lunchtime, and I don't like the food you gave me this morning. Yeah, I do agree. A 32 absolutely would give me a little bit more room, but if you had offered me that alternative 5 minutes ago, I probably would have taken it. But at this stage, I actually am, I think, really happy with this. There are things that I could do to change it, and the carve is going to be done, and that carve is going to give it a whole different look and feel as well. That shape there I like. That shape there I like. The slightly offset I like. We've got a very non-standard thing going on here. I like that. And then you go in with a carve and you add. That's what, there it is.
Corny says, and the guitar body thought, oh no, not again, and perhaps an inlay of a bowl of petunias.
That bit always depressed me. Poor bloody whale.
Disco Stew says, that razor shape is kind of what I mean, extended. And Terry Love Super Chat says, rhino maybe, I prefer triceratops.
Oh, yeah. Let's go there. You guys see where I'm going now? Has the descent sort of died down a little bit, or am I completely barking up the wrong tree here? The sinus doesn't bode well. All right.
Ravnox says, if you take more angle out the top bout, it would look a lot better.
Yeah, no. This is the thing, you guys. Okay. I'm not too sure about the carve. I think I'm happy with the shape for the most part. All of these lines and stuff we can come back to at another time. that doesn't really work. That doesn't really work for me at the moment. But I am happy with the outline. And I'm going to cut that. I'm going to turn my mic off, go to the bandsaw, and from there I'm going to go to the to the spindle sander to finalise the shape. Tanya, Talitha is at the front door.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm going to go from there. I'm having cold burgers for lunch, am I? Yeah. Yay! It's one thing better than hot burgers, and it's cold burgers. Fight me in the comments. Fight me in the chat. Okay. Yeah. Look, This might evolve a little bit as we go, but I really am rather happy. I really, really am rather happy. So, yeah. Let's make some cuts, shall we? Bum, bum, bum. This. I haven't quite got used to this tripod. There we go. All right, my microphone is off. Putting on some isotunes and turning down the room mics. VTR Edit Super Chat saying that contouring just made me fall in love. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I take it back. Talitha and Tanya are coming down. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just about to do a bunch of cutting.
Okay, so I'm not sure.
Well, it's up to you, but
I'm
yeah.
just going to show Talitha where I was at, and I'll go make your lunch.
All right. I feel like a slave driver or something. Okay, hello, sister. How are you? Good? Bad?
Indifferent.
Okay, fair enough. Do you want to put the audio down again then?
Okay. Hold on.
Let the cutting begin.
Right. You
I know.
You misunderstood me.
You brought in the other puppy.
No, he came in. Never mind.
I misunderstood you?
You misunderstood me. I was just going to point to the comment I was on, and then I was going to exit, and then you trapped me.
Oh, you were trapped. Sorry.
Right, I'm going.
I'm laser focused on what I'm focusing on, like a laser. Laser guided fat man.
If you say so.
I said nothing. Alright, you need to put your audio back up, and just for now. And this is where we regret or don't. We don't. I like this. What do you think, Tita?
Yeah.
And that's the neighbour with something petrol powered. Okay, fine. I am gonna move over to the oscillating spindle sounder and get the outline finalized, because really I don't want to change anything about this. I'm really, really, really happy with this. I'm loving the wood. I'm loving the inclusions and all of that. And we'll go on from there. Now, just for interest's sake, yeah, there we go, 3 hours. So look, at this stage, we're 3 hours into this bass guitar build. I have taken a rough blank of mahogany, of sapele. I've routed the outline of a neck. It's a J bass size nut. We've taken it's got a dual action truss rod installed. It's got an ebony fretboard on. Can you hear the dogs distracting me? And I tell you, when I've got isotunes in and I'm listening to a story and it's cutting out everything else around, in spite of the fact that I've got a story or a song or something going on, I seem to be concentrating so much better than with that noise going on and the dogs barking and all that weird. Anyhow, and I have also just designed and cut out the single cutaway body. This is a 4-string fretless, or mostly fretless, we have yet to decide, bass. And there we go. Any comments before I crack on with the spindle sounder, Talitha?
There's a super chat from VTR Addict.
Hey.
I think it's the newest one. That contouring just made me fall in love.
There we go. I had read that, but Tanya hadn't.
Okay. And JS Tracking Guitars sent a super chat, but the message has been retracted.
Yes, I think I responded and then he retracted. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's been a fairly fast-moving chat. All right.
Is the dog distracting you, or are you distracting the dog? From Andre Silva.
Good point. You're on camera at the moment. Sorry. Do you want to get out from behind there and come over here, Talitha?
Yes.
Oh wow! So I changed it from the camera where your hair was in it to one where it was ultra close up in my face. Sorry, people. Okay, my microphone is off. I will turn the other one down a little bit. I've got extraction going. This is the detritus yesterday. The offcut from the guitar neck from the Ukrainian build got turned into a toy shotgun by Orson. Worked out really well. So sorry. Oh my god. I forgot that was actually plugged in. I'm now stuck on some wires, making you feel ill.
You got motion sick.
Ah, motion sickness. There we go. Alrighty. I actually have lunch at this point. Just arrived. There's a camera in the way. And
This is my lunch. This isn't yours.
I'll fight you. Woohoo! Okay.
Homemade burgers.
Actually, no, but they are nice ones. Hold on. I'm happy with that. We are 3 hours, 10 minutes in, and I'm going to munch one of these. Talitha is here.
Paul Mead said, wee. I'm assuming with the camera
Because of
motion.
the camera. I'm so sorry. And then, of course, while I was doing that, I got a caught on. Here, just to make it ill again, I got a caught on a bunch of the wires that you can see hanging from the roof. Anyway. What the hell? Anyway.
Just have to learn to live with it. Or totally insulate this.
Or maybe just... Tony was talking about taking the workshop over, and I'm not sure what she would do in here, but she's like, you know, just move all the stuff to Crimson and be done with it. Yeah, I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm going to eat and answer questions through the roof mic. Have you turned your audio back up?
Yes.
Very cool. Here we go.
Stephen Ford, nice pair of baps there, Ben. SC Guitars wants to know where his burgers are. No one told me there'd be burgers. Jipes Blues, dear Ben, I thought you were moving to a new workshop. You're just talking about the extension.
Crikey. So yes, there is a new studio being built at Crimson that I will be working out of part of the week. The other part of the week is in here, but I am also extending this shop to make it almost double the size actually. But that's predominantly to give Talitha and Tanya a more comfortable space.
Working environment.
Yeah, for the computers and and this sort of stuff.
Rocket Punk Art says, now with the extension there's no turning back on cable management. And Robert R says, zip ties, Ben, zip ties.
They were all zip tied and taped and stuff, and then something moved and I had to undo it, and then something moved and I had to undo it. In the end, I've basically given up on cable management for now. But yeah, with the new workshop it will be great.
And Old Man Zen asks, does your neighbour just not like you?
Not sure. We'll see.
Jamie Krautkramer says, we can still see you on the monitor, ha ha. It's pointless pointing the camera at me. If you don't want to be seen eating.
Yeah. That's actually, hold on, where are we? We can do both. And then on the monitor I can have that. But what's actually going on the program is that.
Okay. Bartissimo has a very good GGBO related question. I noticed that some participants aren't currently listed in the gallery pages. I guess it's a process that takes time. Are you talking about the thumbnails that are missing and there's just a placeholder GGBO logo? Because if that's the case, we're still waiting for people to send us profile photos, or for people to put information and profile photos on their pages. So there are some blank spaces, placeholders, and people are joining every day, so we haven't yet got to everyone who joined up this weekend. So yes, it is an ongoing process. Webalistic says neighbours just having revenge for all the late night power tool noise from the Crowe's shed.
No, I'm a good boy, I am. Honest.
And Paul Needs says use loose zip ties so you can pull the cables through. Jamie Crowe says you win this round, Ben.
Okay, what I'm actually going to do, I've eaten one of these, and I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm going to run up to the house, put this in the fridge, and be back down in a second with a fresh bottle of water. And yeah.
JS Trucking Super Chat says, what happened to the picture-in-picture setup you had during the Boba Fett build?
It sort of works, but also is annoying. So yeah, there you go. Oh, just enable that. Back in a second. Don't touch another.
Challenge accepted. He's going to regret that. Cliff Evans, I will talk to Ben about your Triton question when he gets back. And we'll see what he has to say about that. What do you think of the design of this base? Tanya said there were mixed opinions. This is sticky. Camera 2. The squirrels are at it again. Gustav, no, I didn't find the invisibility cloak. It's such a shame. So far it's a base. Ooh, where's his pencil? Like his Leatherman, Ben's graph gear pencils never leave his belt, so you can't do anything like take the leads out or superglue the tips so they're no longer right. But that would be fun. Old man Zen, that's a great idea. Set up the squirrels as if one's been murdered and the other's standing over the body investigating. I'll bring a mini magnifying glass next time if I can find it. Also, the squirrels think this should be a Ukrainian build as well. He's on his way back. Turn the lights off and just go home. I wish, but the only way out is through the house.
I saw you doing it. Tanya's watching live.
Well, they think it should be a Ukrainian build.
Did you? Hold on. I think my audio's on. Yeah. I made the first payment of just under £13,000 to the British Red Cross last night.
I watched the beginning of the live stream.
There we go. Okay, excellent. I like these squirrels, and I'm glad that you guys had fun in my absence. You seem to be labouring under the misapprehension that I have a sense of humour, but, you know.
At least I didn't print off big A4 pictures of donuts and dot them all around the shop like I was tempted to.
Honestly, you stick anything else to my walls and you will be banned.
Yes.
Well, no, wait, other way around. I'll make sure that you have to work from here the whole time, and take all the stick set it stuffy. Crikey.
Yep. You need more caffeine.
The one comment I saw was, "Well, it was a crappy shape, but I think he's fixed it." something like that.
Paul Needs wanted me to bandsword myself.
To do what?
Bandsaw that horrible single cutaway into a double cut. There is a question that needs to be answered about Triton. Where is it? Where'd it go?
Okay. Now, before I do any major work, I need to route out. I need to route out a couple of things. The pickup and the neck pocket will need to be routed out. I'm waiting for the question. Ready when you are.
Cliff Evans.
Hey, Cliff.
Ben, I purchased a Triton oscillating spindle and belt sander.
Yeah.
But no matter what I do, I cannot get the belt to stop riding up and down.
On the left-hand side is the button that sets the angle of the. Yeah.
So above the belt, there's two orange knobs. Which one?
There you go. The one on the left, the orange knob on the left, sets the angle of that roller on that side, and that angle is what sets the position of the belt. If that isn't adjusting things for you, then you have to get in touch with Triton and say, hey, yeah, this ain't working. But I've never heard of that happening. So
he does say in a second comment that he's tried to email Triton 4 times without a response. Could you do a video at some point on setting one of these sanders up?
Well, I mean, it literally is just adjust that knob until it goes straight. It's so easy. It's so straightforward.
Okay.
If Triton are not answering, that's not good. Talitha, would you mind remembering that when we can talk to...
I'll take a photo of these comments. Cliff, let us know if that works for you.
Okay. So I'm just setting resetting my center line.
We also need to welcome a new member to All That Jazz.
Welcome.
JL Photo.
Welcome JL Photo to All That Jazz. Memberships are one of the ways that this whole thing keeps on going, and I really sincerely do appreciate your support.
There's still
of course.
Bun, mini bun and big bun.
Sorry. I was going to do was a recursive thing, was it?
Yeah. Cliff Evans, no matter where I put that knob, the belt just rides. Do Triton provide the sanding belts themselves?
Yeah, it's Triton belts. It's the whole. Basically, that setup should be take the belt off, take the belt off entirely, and then adjust the knob and see if it's actually moving the roller. If that isn't helping, then Triton do need to replace it, and they absolutely will. I've never heard of anybody having issues with their customer support. So yeah, fingers crossed I'm right on that. Now, what I've got here is I want to route that and I want to route this, but they are currently mutually exclusive. I'm actually going to just chop some of this neck template off because I want to, well, not waste time. So same thing, masking tape just on the outside. And then burnish down the tape.
Are you up for some constructive criticism from Dave T?
Always.
Why just the P-base pickup for a fretless? It definitely needs a bridge pickup to make it flexible tonally, e.g. a Bartoloni or Nordstrand. I'm a bass player, trust me.
I do trust you. I thought I had more bass hardware here, and I simply don't. This is all I have. So, yeah. Now, at some point, that isn't to say that we couldn't put one in. This bass is going to be raffled off, and if the winner wants me to install a bridge pickup, I will absolutely do that. So are you saying it should be fretted then? Okay, that's done. Now that's there. I just need to go to the bandsaw and chop that off.
Dave T says, get Crimson to wind a bridge pickup, please. What a waste of such a beautiful piece of wood.
Oh, free. I'm not sure we have time. But yeah, answer my question. Would it be better as a fretted instrument, or is it literally just not as flexible as you would normally like? I'm turning my microphone off, and yeah, I'm just going to bandsaw this excess off quickly. But yes, I honestly have no problem with constructive criticism. It is emphatically incredibly important. But yeah, if it's simply just a case of it's not as flexible as it could be, if you have to have a bridge pickup for a fretless instrument, then I will make this fretted, because I don't have the ability to get a bridge pickup here. And yeah, it is what it is.
Rub, Smoke and Sauce. Love that name.
It is great. He's commented a couple of times now.
He says, fretted all day long, less than 10% of bassists play fretless.
Yeah. Well, in that case, it's going to be a fretted base then. Dang.
And when the light dies, says pickup cavities inverted? Question mark.
You want me to invert the pickup cavities?
Or has he made a mistake?
I don't think I made a mistake. I'm pretty sure this is standard P-base.
Ooh, there's conflicting ideas.
I understand that inverting them gives you more bass on that. Yeah, I do understand and do agree. Sorry, more treble on the bass and vice versa. But I'm also building it in a relatively traditional way, as it were. Okay, so I need to make absolutely certain that my tape lines up properly. So yeah, this one, it's along that back line, and it's along there.
2 more comments about fretless v fretted.
Okay.
Elias Solstice says fretless all the way. Maybe take your time on an understring dampening system. Make it deep, dark, and double bassy. And then
Understring dampening system. That sounds cool.
Dave T came back and said, with the P bass, it would be better fretted, but I love the idea of a fretless. But a bridge pickup would give the sound you want from a fretless.
Okay.
Tricky.
So yeah, that's the thing. Oh, sorry, my microphone was still off. Look, in that case, this one is going to be fretted, and we will do a fretless another time. If a bass pickup, if a bridge pickup is required to get that fretless sound, then it's required for a fretless instrument. And if I don't build this fret, you know what I mean. So there we go.
There's call for a poll, fretted or fretless. But if you've made up your mind.
Well, okay, here we go. I'm listening to a guy on the internet. Should we do a poll to see whether we should do a poll?
If you want to.
No,
Benjamin Aldridge says semi-fretless. Go both ways.
Go both ways.
Ryan,
Do a poll. Do a poll. Fretted or fretless. Let's see how many people do we currently have watching?
561.
Okay, let's see what people want. We've got time. The neck is still currently gluing up. So I'm cutting away the excess tape. I don't like getting that snarled up. This is that marking knife that Ronald Knives from Australia sent to me. It's really cool. I very rarely use a marking knife as a marking knife, but yeah. Thank you nonetheless.
It should be a 3-way poll according to Mikey Copeland. Fretted, fretless, or semi-fretless?
Fine.
I've already put it up. That means I have to cancel it and do another one.
Cancel the poll, redo it. So what, a semi-fretless would be...
Well, here, this says, have you seen Steve Vai's
Yes, I have.
Dragon Tooth?
Yes. So it's fretted up until the 12th fret and then fretless after that, I think. But it's almost besides the point, because as the guy on the internet, sorry, I've completely forgotten who it was at this point, says you need a bass pickup for that sound. So my honest opinion is that it should be fretted, which is a pity because that takes more work, but hey.
Lisa Harshberger super chat to say fretless, so I can see how the fret lines are done.
That is super easy. You cut the fret slot that you would normally cut and then put a piece of veneer in it, and you're done. It's easy. Alrighty.
And from earlier, there's a super chat from David Lucia
David, hi.
to say, what do you think about the Swatch Omega collaboration? I can't wait to get my hands on one when possible. Will you be adding to your collection?
I think I will be, but I'm torn. I really don't like the whole hype, the way the whole thing is so hyped. The first time I saw it, I was like, oh my god, I need all 12. And it's very hypey. Very hypey.
Weren't there queues and people out at like in the early hours of the
hugely.
morning?
Huge. Yeah.
Fights breaking out.
I'm stopping to think. Okay, so I've got this very cool Goto bridge. There is currently no angle on the body. I've jumped the gun here and put the template on before I needed to. Now, I could either rip the template off, route out the pickup, and then set the angle of the body, put the template back on and go, or I could route part way down, route the pickup, take all the templates off, change the angle, and then use the body itself as the template. I'm going to do it that way. Alrighty. And that's going to set the break angle of the neck. So, well, let's have a look at that then.
Super chat from Salty Johns to
Salty
say
Johns.
More pickups, followed by about a dozen exclamation marks. No is not an answer.
No is very, very much an answer, I'm afraid. I simply don't have more bass pickups here. Yeah. Unless someone can get one to me in the next hour, ain't happening, yo.
I have to read this comment because
Okay.
I don't know if it's been part of an earlier conversation, but Sandy Drozdek.
Hi.
I've already drawn the outline of a ferret's profile on the headstock of my base kit.
Okay.
The ferret was not impressed at being used as a template.
Okay, I like that.
Shame.
Remove the depth stop so you can actually lock that off. Not part of an earlier conversation, I would 100% have remembered that.
Benjamin Aldridge says Benjamin deeply underestimates his groupies. Is that in response to someone turning up in an hour with the right template?
I think maybe pickup, but yeah.
Okay. Or like Mark who stepped in and sent you the right pickups for the Ukraine?
Yes, that is a good point. Okay, what am I going to do here? I'm going to do it in two passes. I'm going to, yeah. So basically I need to pre-drill with a Forstner bit, remove some excess, then I will use this router cutter to get rid of most of the waste, and then I'm going to have to go in with a 1/4 inch cutter running off the shaft to get in these corners here, because these are fairly tight and I don't want to hand cut those corners. So it's a little bit involved, but worth doing. Okay. I was watching what I was doing on the screen there and doing it, and it made me feel a little bit queasy. I forgot that I was looking from directly above. I thought I was there. It utterly just screwed my worldview. Anyhow.
Stephen Clark says, I don't know if there's a need for a neck break angle with that bridge. We use a similar bridge at Lakeland without a break angle. Lakeland, L-A-K-L-A-N-D.
No, cool company. What do I need? I need to move this. What have we got? There we go. 3. I think that it will be improved with a small neck break angle, in my opinion. Okay. Right, Luther, if we could swap places just shortly. This is actually naughty. You probably shouldn't. Generally, you want to pre-drill these things before your templates are on. I'm running the risk of destroying a template if I slip, which is not ideal. Okay. Now, before I get in there, I'm just wondering how deep I actually need to go, and it's really not very. Nope. Fine, I'll just measure it. In that case. Yeah, really not very deep at all. So really good. Okay.
Audio?
Ah, good point. Well, no, this drill should be fine. So I've got a depth stop set up, and I'm going. Probably shouldn't have done that. Alright. RVA Handmade Guitar says, "Hey Ben, how do I access my page on the GGBA website? The entry packet I received had no links."
Yeah, that's because the invite to the page is sent in a separate
via email manually.
Yes, and
But that should be... Yes, so that'll be sent to you manually by Talitha here, which is annoying because it's supposed to be sent by my mother, not Talitha.
she's creating and sending all of the coupons, which is more time consuming, so that comes in another email. You get 3 things. You get the media pack, which you download after you sign up for whichever category you want to do. Then in the next 2 to 3 days you get an invite to join the builders area on the website, and you will get 2 discount codes to give you money off tools at Crimson and Vintage Tool Shop, and money off kit guitars if you're so inclined. And those coupons are valid until the end of October this year.
Okay, I have just realised that all my clamps are on the neck. Not all, but most. Yeah, that has dried.
Super chat from Marsha Levine.
Marsha.
I'm far too old to be a groupie, but I'm one of Ben's groupies. Big red heart emoji.
Thank you. I am embarrassed. And I don't think that one can ever be too old to be a groupie. No, that cramp's in the way.
Should we end the poll before you get loud?
Oh, what poll? Yes.
The Frets poll.
Damn it. Go on then. What does it say?
I'm just waiting. Frets 53%, no frets 23%, semi-fretted 22%. 50% of you voted. Only 306 votes from 573 people watching.
Okay, so now do another poll saying frets or fretted. Frets or fretless. Because you split the poll by adding the semi-fretless in there. I really want to get this right.
Stephen Rigg, welcome to Cool Beans. Thank you for joining our members.
Thank you very much. I seriously appreciate your support. Okay, I'm putting in my isotunes, I'm turning off my microphone, and I'm going to wrap this out. And just because people are going to shout at me if I don't, look at this. Even though there's perspex here stopping stuff going up, but we'll get there. There's a dust extractor going. We're all good. Have you turned on the... there we go. not quite. Always set the depth stop first. Set the bearing, lock it off. Okay, so obviously I've got an issue with the fact that my neck template doesn't go all the way up. I'll just chisel that away in a bit. Well, here we go. I need to go in. Forget chiseling, let's just route it. It's quicker and easier. Hold on.
What's the capybara?
A capybara is a...
I know what it is, but people are referring to the guitar as a capybara.
Maybe it looks like a capybara. I don't know.
But you're building it.
I'm not in charge of what people see.
Okay.
I thought it was a triceratops. Or a rhino.
Okay. So, super chat from John Fortner, but with no message.
John, thank you. And if you had a message and that was a misclick, then Talitha will...
I'll find it in the comments.
yeah, look out for it.
Terry Love, 2 super chats to say, trying to think of a good don't fret it pun, but I voted for frets. And then neck glued in or bolt on.
Not entirely sure. Hold on. You're distracting me. So distracting.
So sorry. Me or Terry?
Everyone. There we go. Lined up. Okay, probably bolt on, but I hadn't really thought that far ahead, to be honest.
Matt Tomon says, don't fret, it could be worse.
Absolutely. Now, the router isn't supported on this side. I need to be very aware when I'm getting this middle bit, but even if it goes down a little bit, I'm not, this isn't the bottom. This here isn't the bottom of the neck cavity. This is just a false bottom. Okay, audio off. And at this point, yes, these are quite important because this is an open cavity. Okay, I'm just going to change to a 1/4 inch router cutter quickly.
Paul Needs asks, does a false bottom equal a bogus bum? And a super chat from Terry to say, at least no one has asked about drilling the earth lead hole yet.
Damn it. And yet here we are.
Lisa says, lol, yet. Should we end this vote?
Yeah, what's the vote?
62% frets.
Damn it. Okay, that's cool. Fine. Frets it is. There we go. So this one here has got a shorter shaft, so I'll have more of the shaft running on the template. This is fine, this works, and it's all good as long as you keep on moving. If you stay still, you will burn all sorts of stuff. So you go in, set it on the bottom of the cavity, set the depth stop, and we're good to go. And audio off, and let's do it. And even so, I did sort of burn it just a little bit. But that's fine. Success!
PFY Guitars has a suggestion.
Yes.
If it's a bolt-on, why not do 2 necks, one with frets and one without?
Put a bit of time out. I would rather build 2 whole instruments, to be honest. I really would. Nobody... The neck is the difficult bit. The neck is really the difficult bit. Even if it's fretless. And yeah, we would end up... One of those necks just would end up not being used. And that would be a shame. I've got spare blades here for this plane. I've got a toothing blade and I think a different angle blade actually. I have used the toothing blade twice, and it actually is something that every now and then I'm lying in bed at night and I go, I feel guilty that I've got that toothing blade and I've never used it properly. So yeah, it'll be the same sort of thing. All right. Well, since we are okay, we're 4 hours in. We are.
Your audio.
I haven't turned my audio back on. Thank you very much. We are 4 hours into this custom bass guitar build. I have sorted out the shape now. We have finalised the outline on the oscillating spindle belt sander. I've just routed the pickup and the start of the neck pocket. I still need to sort out control cavity and a brake angle. Now, the neck has also been made. It's a bass. It is 100% a percussive instrument, Talitha.
Tish.
Something like that. The neck has been made, routed, truss rod installed, and the fretboard is currently gluing up over there. Progress is being made. Now, I need to think about this control cavity while I'm here, and I also need to sort out a little bit of a neck brake angle. And the reason why I need to sort out a little bit of a neck brake angle is because I'm not wanting this to just be a flat-topped, boring instrument. It's going to have some curves. Don't start messing with the shape again, Ben. Don't start messing with the shape. Ben, stop it.
No one's listening to you.
Ben certainly bloody isn't. Ah.
Paul Nees wants to know if it's going to be a compound fretboard.
Probably.
And
that's it. Tell me I'm right. Am I right? Yes or no? Poll. Okay, seriously. Do a poll. Should Ben cut off that section of body? Is that an improvement? Oh, sorry. There you go. Look at that. And we'll go from there.
Bonehead Guitar says just make that change by way of a contour. Shane Doherty, yes, do it.
Essentially, so the thing is, that is the nearest point there. And it is so much fatter than the nearest point on this side of the guitar. Whereas at this point, if I cut that away, it's much closer and it gives the whole thing a better feel, in my opinion. And then it's going to be carved as well.
Grooving Drums wants to know about inlays and if there's going to be a poll about that. Hey, language.
Sorry, language. No, I am not. The last time I did that, you guys made my life so much more difficult. No, I want something fairly basic. Emphasis on the word base.
The super chat earlier with no message. I found the message.
All right.
Hold on, I've got to re-find the message. This thing moves so fast. Hi Ben, went to order some guitar stain and discovered the shipping to the US is astronomical. Can you suggest a brand available in the States?
No, please give me... could you please drop us an email through to guild@crimsonguitars.com. Talitha will take your details and we will get back to you within the next 24 hours. We are sending out the same stains but in an unmixed form, and if those aren't currently on the website, then this is my angry face. Talitha, if you could send those details through to the guys and say, what the hell? Okay, we've got a poll going. I need to set this brake angle. Do I want to use a plane? Wow, what a cross grain.
Do you want me to end the poll?
Oh, yes, we're talking about a different shape. No, give it a minute. Give it a minute. How many people? Well, yeah, give it a minute. It's fine. I'm thinking about the other stuff at the moment. Okay. So, yeah, what I'm going to do is I've got a great big extraction fan here that I need to move. Trying not to trip over stuff. I'm going to put that in the door. It's supposed to be in the wall, but it's just not there yet. Yeah, do you want to end that poll?
Okay. 55% yes.
Alright, I thought so. I did think so. Okay.
Question all in capitals. What happened to last night's live stream? Joe.
Sorry, I'll make that live in a sec later today. Sorry, something went wrong, which needed to be fixed. But yeah, it'll be live, trust me. Okay. Now, I'm getting a little bit bored of working on the body, so in a little while I think we're going to move on to the neck for a bit. Just for fun. Okay, my audio's off. You're looking at camera 3. Where are my isotunes? So we're going to cut this, move over to the sander, sand the edge, and then yeah, do some other stuff. hear you. Say what?
You just moved that camera while it was live.
I did. I'm a mini. Alrighty. Yeah, baby. Damn it, once you start messing, you just can't stop, can you?
So, comment from Terry Love.
Mm-hmm.
Topic for the next poll. No more polls. Yes, no.
I might end up chopping off this bottom horn a little bit. We'll see. As it stands, let's get this routing out of the way. No, we've done the routing. We've done the routing. Let's have a look at the neck. Cool. Okay.
Super chats.
Yes, feed me with questions.
Lisa Harshbury.
Lisa.
I ordered the concentrated stunning stains. Do you mean the shots, Lisa?
Yes.
What is the right mix ratio? And thanks for making the water-based ones concentrated too. Those are the next order.
It's a pleasure. It's generally about 1 to 20 or thereabouts. If you want to match our stains, then drop an email through to shop@crimsonguitars.com, and it varies depending on which colour exactly. But yeah, 1 drop to 20 drops of water. 20 drops of water to 1 drop of stain is around about right. I think. Wow, that sounds wrong to me now. Drop us an email. I should know that. I don't use the concentrates very much at all.
So when the new system for the water-based stains, which includes the vibrant and the pastel,
Yes.
is up and running,
Yes.
where there'll be a small amount of stain in an empty bottle.
Yes.
All you're doing then is filling up the bottle with water,
Exactly.
and that's your. You don't have to dilute it any further, or
Exactly. We will be adding exactly the amount of stain that you need if you fill up the bottle. Got it?
Marco Vecchiato,
Hi.
super chat. Hi Ben, dreaming about my own bass. I have no electricity in my basement. Should I try going hand tools only with zero woodworking experience?
Yeah. Honestly, that should be possible. It's just not as There are
Both mics
certain...
muted.
My mic is not currently muted, no.
Sorry.
You like derailing my train of thought, don't you?
Yes.
Just poof. Squirrel.
I should have brought the mug that says my only job is irritating you.
No. That is 100% not your job. I know what your job is. I wrote the contract.
Really?
There are some things where a power tool is absolutely just a no-brainer and really should be utilised. So I would suggest running an extension lead down there. The light is also kind of important. But hand tools versus power tools, you can build things with only hand tools. It's harder, basically. I need to go on the bandsaw, cut away the excess fretboard, and then onto the router table and route away the excess side of the fretboard from there. So, yeah.
A super chat before you do from Paul Needs.
Oh,
You missed this, Talitha, but an earlier convo about Beth McKellar's birthday and tequila, a
yes.
friend has just delivered her a bottle.
Oh, beautiful. The stream's going to get interesting if the stream's still going while the drinking begins. Okay. I'm having fun today. I really am. Okay, my audio is off. Cut away the excess.
Almost perfect.
Right. I've now got these ends here because I want that to overhang the fretboard. And this is where the hand tools come in. It's a relatively straightforward and easy process. Grab a little plane. I'm running the back of the plane off on the neck. And slowly it's going forward. And there we go. All right. How's it going then?
It's going.
Not sure.
Terry Love. Estimated to bend brain shut down 2 hours 40 minutes. It's usually about 6 p.m.
Let's see.
The big saw's out.
It's always a joy to use that saw. Technically a carcass saw, I think, and I don't do that much carcass work. All right. Hell yeah. Now I was sincerely hoping that this was going to be a fretless guitar bass, instrument bass musical thing. But you guys spoke and here we are.
Someone pointed out that you could always say you don't have any fret wire.
I'm pretty sure you guys have already seen it in the shot. But yeah, thank you for that out.
There's a suggestion here from Tutankhamun.
Toot M. Carmen, yeah?
Yep. Tell Ben to make the bass look like a flying dinosaur and call it the pterodactyl.
Oh.
Why not?
Right, so that's my nut there.
Leprechaun says it's your own fault for asking the masses.
This is a very good point.
Go do the roadie, we spoke, but you asked.
Damn it. I'm trying to blame somebody else. 38, 15, 19.
Terry Love says I'm more of a Triceratops.
Okay. Then use the Crimson Guitars protractor here which has got a 0 in the center so you can see, and at any point it should be centered. Just to double check. And actually we're ever so slightly off. Like a fraction. So this is all good up at the top, but we're slightly off down here, so let's go again. Delete this doing Instagram stuff. No, wait, hold on. What am I doing? Okay. What I'm doing, everybody, is I'm jumping the gun. I'm in body carving mode still, but I've gone over to neck mode preemptively. I think actually my brain stopped working. My brain's already stopped working. I need to sort out the radius here before I go and do any fret work of any sort. So
there's questions about whether it's still going to be fan fret.
No, it's not fan fret. I did not have the correct bridge for a multi-scale. This is just an interesting
straight bass.
Yeah.
Rob Ashby wants to know if you've done the truss rod access yet.
No.
And there's a super chat from Madam Coyote's workshop.
Hey.
I say make it fretless. If the person who ends up with it wants frets, then add the frets later.
Genuinely, I would love to do that. The issue is though that apparently a fretless instrument needs a bass. A bridge pickup in order to sound the way people expect a fretless instrument to sound. So I'm not going to do that just because it's the easy option.
Mark Jennings has just rejoined the chat to say, you'll be glad to know I'm back. Ben can carry on with the build now.
Okay, I'm just cutting off the excess bit of fretboard here. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, so yeah, I just want to make it straight. Bearing in mind it's in dog, so it's got a little bit of tension built in. But yeah, I want to make it as straight as I can for now, and then we will sort out the radius. This is one of the jobs that hand tools are particularly good at. Okay, with that done, it's fairly, yeah, it's fairly chunky. I'm taking a thicker cut. Okay, so there we go. Along the plane again, just to make sure it's nice and flat. The jointed plane has a finer cut, so it's a little bit more precise. All right. I'm going to go over at an angle. Uh, 12-inch radius, anybody? Exactly? Oh no, hold on, sorry, it's 12 inch at the nut, and it's going to be about 15 or 16. Yeah, so you've got about 15ish there, and it's going flatter there. I don't think I've actually hit that stage yet. So yeah, that's a little bit too flat. Yeah, about 18 or so there. 15. and about 12 of the nut. Nice. Okay. Leveling beam. So that took about 5 minutes, and Talita has been rummaging around collecting shavings because she has a habit.
Photographs.
Okay. I need a better way to store all this stuff.
JL Photo asks, do the light and dark parts of the fretboard wood have different densities? Do you feel it when planing?
If this was fretless, well, yes and no.
No, planing.
Oh, planing. No,
do you
no,
feel
no,
the
God, no.
difference?
No, playing, yes. Planing, no. Alright, I've sort of... I need to actually go back a little bit because... Yeah, I've left it. It's so confusing. The nut end of the fretboard there scoops out into the headstock shapes, and that's confusing the hell out of my eye. So I'm just going to chop that off.
Elias Solstice wants to know, what are the planes that are most needed in a build?
All of the planes. A jointed plane, which for guitar building could be anything from a 6 up, in my opinion. A 7 is the best. I really like 7s. But yes, a jointed plane, a smoothing plane, which is a number 4 size, and personally I love block planes for this sort of thing. Hold on for a second, I just need to mute all the microphones. Shush, I've now got the microphones back on again. I would love a cup of tea, yes please. Orson gets into trouble because he comes into the live stream and talks about things that he's not allowed to talk about. So Tanya said, mute the microphones the second he comes home. But he's being all sweet and offering me a cup of tea because he's amazing.
With a handwritten note.
With a handwritten
So
note,
cute.
because he's not allowed to talk. It's just... He's cool. Okay, yes, my bad. I need to... Yes. I need to take off a little bit more material here.
After that question about planes, we're getting answers like cargo planes, astral planes.
Oh, astral planes. Wow. Ow. This is the number 7, and I use this all the time. It's emphatically one of my favourite hand planes. Yep, there we go. Nice.
Granwala says, Future Ben buys an RFID tag that attaches to the kids so that as soon as they open the door to the workshop, it mutes all the microphones.
I have, every now and then, Tanya and I seriously consider, it would be great if, you know how you get those electric shock collars for dogs, instead of something that shocks the child, one where we can just push a button and it inflates it just great big, oh my god, somebody's about to kiss my child, etc. You know, it would just be the temptation just to utterly fuck with them on a regular basis. I mean, that's just parenthood in the first place, but you know what I mean.
Is that considered helicopter parenting or abuse?
I think it would be considered a sense of humour. But that is what it is. Okay, Talitha, stop.
Stop chucking.
Sheesh. Okay, I don't really care what the radius is, but we've got exactly 12 inches to looks like about 18 at the end, so 12 to 18 compound radius, and with a plane it is so easy to get. There we go. Yes, Talitha, you have a question. I can see because you're putting your hand out.
James Thomas has a question.
James.
I have my dad's 40-year-old Stanley plane.
Yep.
It's seen better days. Is it worth restoring?
Yes, absolutely. The number 7 you just saw me using, that's from the 1890s, or maybe a little bit earlier. I really need to write the dates on them. I've got planes here older than that, and fully functional. I've got a 400-year-old plane, a 400-year-old plane here that I could, if I spent a little bit of time, get up and running and working. I don't want to. It deserves to be in a museum, to be honest, but anyway. Okay, so I've now got my radius, and my centre line. Just need to double check. Yep, that's right. That doesn't look right. So let's go. Oh, I know why, because it's off the edge, isn't it? And now you have a centre line, you can mark out fret slots, etc. Just double checking. All right, we're good. So this is where my nut is. And while I'm here, marking knife.
Lisa Harshberger suggests that you should add a small museum to Crimson. If I lived in England, I'd work there.
We would love to have you. I've always wanted I have honestly always wanted a museum, and a library, and a life. Oh wait, did I say something? No. Yeah, a vintage tool museum would be amazing. Okay, so that is sorted. I need to shoot up to the house and wash my hands. I am feeling less and less comfortable now with all of this ebony dust on me. So I'll leave you in Talitha's capable hands for a second and be back shortly.
Mark Jennings has responded to Lisa's comment about a museum, and he suggested a museum of Ben's best intentions.
Huh.
Squirrels? Which camera's still on? Oops, me. How can you throw this all out? He left his pencil behind. Please move everything 1 inch to the left. Subtlety is key. That's true, he hasn't there you go. Camera 2. wants to help out. Baby Ben pictures again. Oh, where is his baby book? Superglued masking tape the neck to the ceiling. Yeah, the ceiling is low enough. Oh, he's coming back. Matt Tomlin, I'm collecting the shavings because they come in handy for staged photos, social media things, backdrops, and
Yeah.
hey,
I'm back. I'm assuming you've taken photos of it.
no. He wants to help you draw the frets.
You're anthropomorphizing
That's Chester.
my illness. Okay, come on then.
I was asked to masking tape and superglue the neck to the ceiling.
Yeah, I think these people actually aren't fans of me. They're just fans of sewing chaos.
See how far I'll go.
Something like that, yeah. Alrighty, so I'm going to use the fret calculator. Those are done. I'm going to use the fret calculator here to draw where my frets need to go.
So you put the squirrels together and now Chester can't see anything.
Again, I'm not going to anthropomorphize the squirrels. And you said Chester was the one at the front. It's the other one that can't see.
Woolly or chippy.
All right, do you have any questions for me? I'm going to... In fact, no. You can't ask me any questions because I'm going to be doing numbers here.
Calculate maths. Everybody quiet, he's doing maths.
I'm not doing maths, I'm just reading numbers, which with numerical dyslexia does not work very easily without concentration. Find a pencil. Yes, Mark, it's annoying when you send WhatsApp messages when I'm trying to read.
Do you regret giving him your number?
Nah, he's cool. It's taking some effort of will to not say these numbers out loud.
You can talk to yourself.
It's not talking to myself, it's talking to myself and...
548 people.
There we go. Okay.
Lisa says, hold our collective breaths.
Yeah, I was as well. Alright, so... Yep, that looks right except for that. 432. No, that is correct. Exactly 432. Okay, cool. So we've got that sorted then. I've marked out where they want to go. And it's just a question of going down with that and marking them out. And while I'm about it, I'm going to also use the marking knife to make things a little bit faster.
Can I talk or do you still have to concentrate?
Oh, you can talk, it's only fret positions, that's fine.
So Eldridge says, I have one question for Ben. It's a two-part question with 3 components for each part, broken into 4 categories and each having 5 sentences and 6 adjectives per sentence.
Hit me.
That's it. Now I want each of those questions, Eldridge.
Yep.
And they have to fit all the criteria. Grieving Drums also says, by the way, shout out to this great community with sensible, crazy people that are just... Oh, look, a squirrel.
Sensible, crazy people.
And Mark Jennings says, a squillion apologies, Ben. I am a naughty, naughty man.
No, it's hilarious. I wouldn't have it any other way. Why am I even bothering with the pencil mark? Because I need to be able to see it. That's why.
Anthony Cunliffe said earlier when you were concentrating,
Mm-hmm.
numbers and guitars. For the next loud work on stream, everyone chip in with your best guitar-based bingo call. So Paul Needs responded with 6 and 2 clickety-duck.
Just want to check. 4 and 5. 1, 7, 8, 2, 4. Yeah, that's fine. 2, 1, 7 something. Yeah. Alright.
NTO Steve just asks, just how accurate do frets need to be?
Pretty accurate. But I'm not able to cut to a 1/10 of a millimetre, but I'm certainly drawing my line so that my line is as close to it as possible, basically. Oops. Yeah, on the tables and on the diagrams and apps and all that jazz, you're given 3 decimal places. And in the end, we can't cut exactly to 3 decimal places, I'm sure, but we can get in the region.
Paul Needs says,
Hi.
how does Ben manage to mark up all those fret positions that are given in 3 decimal places of a millimeter by fret calculators?
There we go. I'm drawing my line over that position. So there is a, damn it, there is a level of guesstimation involved, but I'm always going to be within spitting distance. Unless you keep on asking me questions, in which case all bets are off.
Shutting up.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was answering and couldn't. I forgot to cut the cut that one.
Terry Love sent a £15 super chat.
Dude,
It's
thank you.
just a link to Amazon, a mug that says, I don't have a short attention span, I just, oh look, a squirrel.
Could you please open it in a...
It's in another tab. I'll
Okay.
leave it up for you.
Thank you.
It's cute. And a super chat from Owen Kelly to say, late to the game today, is this 4 or a vastly superior 5 string? Is it being raffled? And will Ben slap at a bass, man?
Will Ben slap at a bass? I will certainly have a go. I am not particularly... I've never been able to get slap down, to be honest. It was that one employee that came pretty close. I think he wanted to punch me, actually, more than anything.
Yeah, I think he did.
Angry Dan. How to live in infamy. Okay, so to answer the questions, yes, it's a 4-string. I am going to be doing 5s and multi-scales and all that sort of stuff. I actually really do want to... I would like to alternate traditional guitars with maybe every 3rd instrument being something other than that, just to keep things interesting, I suppose. Yes, it is going to be raffled off. There will be an edit on the Crimson Guitars channel at some point
Further down the line.
At which point the instrument will be raffled off and it'll be settled down and ready to ship out immediately, and yeah, we'll have nice photos of it and all that jazz. It depends on what this footage looks like, whether it wants to be a series or a series of tutorials, or I don't know.
We will figure it out.
We will figure it out.
2 comments that are, this one's quite fun.
Okay.
From Stephen Bradley. I was stifling a sneeze while you were concentrating.
Thank you. Oh, beautiful.
And where is it? IQ Mensa, spelled MENSAH. Hello from NASA in Houston.
Hi.
Quick question, are basses allowed in the GGBO?
Yeah, emphatically. 100%. Without a shadow of a doubt. Yes, please. Okay, so that could be the end of the fretboard, just nice and square. Yeah, no, I'm going to do that. I'm going to cut that off square.
Grooving Drums wants to know if it's a good time for bad jokes.
Always a good time for bad jokes.
And
Well, it
he
depends
says-
on how bad.
He says, I feel like 5 p.m. is a good time for bad jokes.
Is it really 5 black?
Well, it's
no,
10 past 4.
It's 10 past 4 in the UK.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So, Grooving Drums, bad joke.
Okay.
Which bear is the most condescending?
I don't know.
A panda.
Okay. I'm not sure if that's a bad joke. I think that's actually a pretty good joke, to be honest.
Paul Need says, Grooving Drums, that had my wife coughing.
Yeah, but she's on the tequila, so...
Is that a good judge of a bad joke?
I don't know. Alright, so again, work holding. When you're going to do something like this, make sure that everything is nice and solid. Whoops. I over-egged the pudding. Bring me back my offcut. Talitha, could you pass me my offcut, please? Just down there. Yeah.
What did you do? Oh.
It disintegrated with a little bit of the fretboard still attached. That is so annoying. That must have been a weak point in the fretboard there. So I'm going to chop that off. And super glue it back in place.
This is an interesting question from Webelistic.
I'll be the judge of that.
Sure you will. Does a fretless fretboard have to be of a very hard wood
Yes.
to resist wear, or can all the usual fretboard woods be used?
Most of the usual fretboard woods are actually hard wearing enough. But yes, it does need to be harder than not. Okay, I'm going to use some brown, medium thick super glue. I don't know what it is. Starbond is the only super glue that I found that will glue itself to its own tops and things. They need to come up with a different material for the caps, and the caps disintegrate. It's other than that, it's an amazing super glue. But yeah.
Just need to sort out the packaging. Ready for another bad joke?
No.
Ready for two bad jokes?
Okay, so with the brown super glue there, that will be basically an invisible repair, which is cool. That's the wrong one, that was from that one. Okay, go on then. Jokes. Sleetha, do you have work to do? Because Tanya was supposed to be carrying on, you were going to be going to do work.
No, the last time I was up at the house and Tanya was down here, the puppies went mental because they wanted Tanya, so I actually didn't get any work done. Anyway.
You just can't concentrate with noise. Wow.
They looked like they were going to hurt themselves trying to get out of that door.
Yeah. They are needy, they need to just get used to it. Anyway, go on then, got some jokes.
Mikey Copeland. I left my new trainers and high-vis jacket in the car and they got stolen. To the person who took them, You can run, but you can't hide. And a would you rather question from Hilly Kevin.
Okay.
Which would you rather build? Hold on. 1,000 squirrel plane sized hurdy-gurdies or 1 hurdy-gurdy sized squirrel plane?
The latter. Definitely the latter.
A hurdy-gurdy is a decent size.
Yeah. I'm done. Bring it on. Sorry, I'm down. Bring it on. Okay. That's doing its thing. That's doing its thing. Now we can... let's cut some fret slots, shall we?
Metalhead5368 wants to know if you've ever built a twin neck.
I have built twin necks before, several of them. Now, I suppose the coolest one, I built a Petrucci style one that was a 7-string and a 14-string, i.e. the other neck was a 12-string but based off a 7-string format. And then prior to that was a 6-string guitar, 6-string bass, where they came apart and became individual instruments that were playable. I'm looking for a nut, actually. While you're cutting the fret slots, also a good time to mark up the nut. So what I'm going to do here actually is I'm going to cut the initial nut slot and then rest the nut against that and mark out the exact width. Okay, you've got that.
I've got another bad joke and a super chat.
Okay.
Tutankhamun says, what did the duck say to the luthier?
I don't know, what did the duck say to Luthier?
Quack, quack, it's a duck. What else did you expect? And then the super chat was from Get Lee, spelled G-U-I-T. So, be careful, Ben. At the rate you're going, you may finish this today. Wonderful design. Bravo.
Thank you very much. If I decided to, I absolutely could finish it today. But I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
Says, when you said I'm looking for a nut, and he says all viewers immediately either waved at their screen saying, "Here I am, our option," or said, "You are one."
Fair point. Mm. So after all that, Orson completely forgot that he promised me a cup of tea.
Because you didn't give them the request in writing.
No, I think because he just wanted to look good on camera. What do you think?
Terry Love says Orson had a "ooh look squirrel" moment.
Yeah. He also, I'm actually sure, has ADHD, but yeah, it's fine. We are who we are. Well, that's a pretty shot. And ADHD is not necessarily a bad thing. We just function differently.
Robert R. has a good question.
Okay.
Ben, are you going to be using the gold-coloured fret wire on this to go with the gold-coloured hardware?
That is a good point. So that super glue didn't cure, which is annoying. Yeah, that's a really good point. If I have enough of it, yes. I will actually. Okay. No. Nope. Camera 4 is not playing ball really.
Quick super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars.
Hey, sweetie.
It's hard to leave, but I really need to get some work done on my current builds. I shall check in again later. Peace and love, Ben.
Hey, man. Yeah, have fun. And, yeah. If you guys stick around for entire days every single week, then nobody will get anything done. We just appreciate you when you are here.
Weekends will have to go to Sunday, Monday.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, yo. I don't know. What's that from?
I don't know.
Eminem, maybe? Something goes. I don't know. Leave me alone. Okay, so those are done.
Did you send Tanya a text about your team?
No.
Do you want me to go up and get you a team?
No, it's this one. We're fine. Okay. Now, that's pretty good. So we've got our fret slots marked out. We have got our neck well underway. Here's the body, and oh, there's there's a lip where I haven't quite routed all the way around. I need to get rid of that. And yes, I am obviously starting to run low on energy. We are 5 hours, 26 minutes into this build.
Perfect time for a recap.
No, the perfect time for a recap is at the 6 hour point. So, there we go. How interesting. Yeah, this neck is a little bit bigger than the pocket, which is good. I'm going to well, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. All right, so we are 5.5 hours into this build. This morning I started out with a chunk of mahogany, some ebony, a different piece of ebony actually, and a rather large chunk of very interesting ash. It's got all sorts of pretty bits and pieces going on. And I had no idea what I was going to build, other than the fact that it was going to be a 4-string bass with gold hardware and a P-bass pickup. That is about it. At this stage, we have made a body. It has got a pickup route and the start of a neck route. We have got a proto neck. It still needs to be carved. The headstock is a custom shape, obviously fairly derivative, and the fret slots have been cut. That is not bad going for 5.5 hours in. I'm not going to be finishing this guitar today because, well, there's no point in rushing now, is there? Yeah, we'll see how it goes next week. But what I need to do now is crack on with... I'd like to get the headstock sorted, and that's going to involve some sanding on the oscillating spindle belt sander over there. It is by far the easiest way to get that Fender style curve in. We need to drill the truss rod access, and I want to drill the tuner positions as well while we're about it. With that done, we can think about inlay, maybe. I don't know. I'm tempted to have no inlays. Tempted to have no inlays. I think the complexity and the beauty of this body requires simplicity on the fretboard, basically. But
you inlay a piece of interesting.
no.
Okay. Explain this. Leprechaun says he did it again. It's sapele, not mahogany.
Did I say mahogany?
Is the neck sapele?
It is sapele.
Okay.
Sorry, my bad. Okay, so yes, let us get this camera set up. How are you doing, Talitha? Good day? How are the fans treating you?
Oh, this community is lovely.
How can we have a lovely community when it's based around me?
I know, it's shocking, but somehow it's all up to them. Down to them.
Yeah, they are awesome. Okay. Okay, I'm turning my microphone off. I'm going to stop it. I'm trying to say, don't trip over that.
You said that very well. That don't trip was very eloquent.
Fantastic. Camera 3, the wires from camera 3 are very elevated because it's up on a thing. Anyway, I've got my isotunes in. I'm listening to Cryptonomicon, Neil Stevenson. And I'm not going to set a depth stop. I'm just going to go by hand. Okay. Well, that worked out all right. I should have had a dust mask on. It was a little bit too dusty. And I'm running low on power in my lapel here. Okay. That has actually worked out rather well. I do need access to the truss rod. So let's clamp the neck back down again and get drilling. Questions?
Terry Love sent a super chat with a squirrel mug for me.
Go on then.
It says, "Excuse me, your bird feeder is empty."
Terry, you are a wonderful human being. Now, I'm assuming you're opening that link as well, yes?
Yes. They're both.
Not that Talitha actually drinks coffee or tea or anything fun.
Hot chocolate's fun.
Hot chocolate's too fun.
As long as it's got marshmallows in it.
Okay, hold on. Camera 4. There. There. Now, what do I want to do here? I've got two ways this guitar could go. I could spend another 5 days building it and go absolute batshit crazy, as is my want. Or keep it relatively simple and straightforward and let the instrument itself speak for itself.
Should we do a poll?
Hell
Batshit
no.
crazy?
No, because they're going to say, "Oh, go batshit crazy." I know. I'm understanding what you guys are after at this point. Yeah. Okay, where are we? Let us...
Shane Doherty says Mike's died.
Ah, thank you. Talitha, how many people do we currently have watching?
544.
All right, that's a really good amount for this channel. This is obviously the side channel. The side channel. This is...
Tahoe Mike sent KISS, KISS, stands for Keep It Simple, Stupid.
I know what it stands for. Somebody went back into time to describe me, and that's... Sorry.
Don't take credit for something.
Yeah, it was... Somebody went back into time to make that a statement so that when I grew up it would be...
You.
Around.
Yeah, you got a
Yeah.
ebony dust on your cheek. Other side. There you go.
Ebony, the one thing with ebony, they're just the... Yeah. Okay. What do I have? That could be fun. Ooh.
Are you going on to inlays now?
What?
I thought
No.
you weren't doing it.
I'm not talking about inlays.
Terry Love says, in Ben's case, KISS should be Keep It Stupid Simple.
Oh wow. Hex bar. so I don't have any tubes with thick walls. Just what I'm after. Is that? I think that's plated. I think that's steel. Alright people, I think we're going onto the lathe. Not the lathe. What's wrong with the lathe? The lathe is like just the best. So we were interviewing a new member of staff the other day, and he says, "Okay, well, it's all well and good, but is there any way that I could bring my Myford?" And we're like, "Yes, it can go next to my desk." This lathe here is a Myford, and it's beautiful.
So everyone wanted it in their workspace.
Sam nearly had a fist fight with me. No, he didn't really, but it was yeah. It can go next to my desk. No, your desk is in the office, not the, not somewhere where lathes go. Alright, so, yeah, basically, I just want to drill a hole down the centre of this tube for a certain way. Just for fun. So goggles, on they go. Talitha's wearing glasses already. I'm just going to chop the end off. Let's engage the belt drive. You're doing an Instagram thing?
Yep, hold on.
Well, in that case, let me
You're going to talk about
rewind.
Okay.
I fancy doing a brass truss rod insert round thing that goes around the truss rod thing on a fender style neck thing. On the lathe. So eloquent. Like I'm being watched. I do need a better. Your microphone's attached to the lathe. I'm fairly sure we should utterly mute that microphone. Let's mute that microphone. How did that sound? I've muted it from my end, Talitha. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea, actually. In fact, wow, come on. I need to move this mic entirely now. It's just, yeah, it was put there as a, last resort thing, and I forgot to move it. Okay, so I'm using a center. Are you filming, are you? Use a center drill to start things off. And then I do need, I haven't flattened that off properly actually. Yeah, I need to drill it out to 7mm. Don't film this. This is not working properly. What have we got here? Oh, there we go. This chuck sucks.
Sucky chuck.
Albrecht, Germany. Oh, come on.
Mark Jenny's in the chat says, oops, I just noticed Yandles have a sale on and I just got paid. Clumsy me.
Yeah. Tell Dan I say hi. No, I don't actually have enough. That is not doing well. I need another chuck. I need another chuck.
Jenny Kramer says, did Ben just throw shade at a tool?
Yeah, regularly. Okay. Yes, I currently don't have the right chuck for that, which is. I honestly thought I had more. Room than that, or am I just being stupid? I'm just being stupid. There we go. Okay, fine. I still do need a better chuck. That's weird. Okay, goggles on. Right, I think that should do. And I think that'll make a fairly good short if there's a combination between your footage there, Talitha, and what's on the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm obviously not worried about that edge being perfect because in the end it's all going to be cut away. And that's assuming that that camera was in focus. Was that camera in focus at all? If you were doing your job and reading the comments, you'd be able to tell me that, Talitha.
There was a bit of a delay, so no comments on the camera.
Okay, phew.
But people are noticing your second lathe.
Oh, the woodworking lathe is in the background. Yeah, I don't use that as much. So that's 11.2. That's interesting. So let's, well, I don't have an 11.2. I have an 11. So I'm going to drill that.
Is your microphone on?
My microphone is on, I think. It wasn't on a few minutes ago, but it is now.
Okay. The central scrutinizer says microphone's not working. Maybe it's this one.
Did you mute all of the microphones on the...
I've just turned it back up.
Okay, well when the comment came through, it was probably when you turned it off. Okay. Where's my drill?
Super chat from Mix Guitars.
Mix Guitars, M-I-X.
M-I-C-K-S. Mick.
Oh, Mick's Guitars. Cool, okay. So that could be Mick, or it could be his guitar collection, asking us if we could make him a friend for them? Or not. I thought that was quite clever. Carry on.
Thanks for making Monday mornings the best.
It's a pleasure, thank
GGBO
you.
question.
Yes.
I need to reduce the outer diameter of aluminium tube from 17 to 16.8 millimeters. I have no lathe. Options.
Okay. It's freaking hilarious that that's exactly something that's just come across my mind, because I'm about to drill an 11mm hole and I've got an 11.2mm bit of bar stock here. Essentially what you want to do is put that in your drill, and your drill becomes a lathe, and then you're talking about 0.2 of a millimeter, so with a file you'll be able to take it down. Watch this space. Let's do this together then, shall we? Okay, so I'm actually going a little bit higher up. Where do I want to go? There. Okay. Now the last thing I want to do is run this very nice star end drill bit into a truss rod. No thank you. The problem is I don't actually have a bigger 11mm drill bit. Okay, we're going in with a 10. I'm going in with a 10. And that will show me where the truss rod is, and then I'll be able to stop properly. I still haven't quite got used to this new tripod that is not supposed to be the tripod that I use in here day to day. It's supposed to be my out and about tripod, but the other one ended up at Crimson.
I thought it was put aside so you can bring it home.
Yep. Okay. Here we go. There we go, found the truss rod. And I think that I can actually go at it now. So yeah, the brass is a fraction too big. No, don't file me. Okay, brass is a fraction too big. Put it in the drill. High speed, preferably shorter than this currently is.
Why
And
don't you put the drill in the vise?
it's fine. I am not doing this properly. I really, really should cut it down shorter and put that in the vise. But, you know, here we are. Now look at that. That actually worked really well. So, yeah. The file marks made it a little bit abrasive, and that sanded. The file marks made that end a little bit. I'm tired. Having multiple venues of cameras going just freaked me out. That puts me off my stride. It's going to be worse at Crimson because there's going to be all sorts of other stuff going on. The file made the end of this mildly abrasive, so that actually opened the hole out to the size I needed, which is pretty cool. Now, I can see roughly how deep I'm going to need to go. That'll be about there. And I'm going to use some 5-minute epoxy, just because.
Rocket Punk Art. Is your neighbour called Charles? Because then you could name him Woodchuck.
No, he's not. He's a cool guy. He's a super cool guy. I honestly don't understand why there's so much motors, just chainsaws and
If he's restoring them, he has to test them.
no, I don't know. It's not as a job. It's just for fun. Here we go. Anyway, I'm not going to complain because
He's a chainsaw woodcarver and it's his art.
I need to move house. Alright, so just for fun, we're going to use some black Araldite 2-pack 5-minute epoxy. No, this isn't black. This is different stuff. Okay, this isn't what I thought it was. It's just epoxy. I didn't realise I had that in there. It might not go off. That is the one thing with epoxy, and the reason why I use it when I have open tubes is you just need to get it done and dusted while it still functions. There we go. Far more than I need. Should I chop this off beforehand? Okay. Come on then. Super quick. Yes. I do need to chop that Now, Talitha, you really should be answering comments rather than fiddling about in the corner, because I think people might have said that I might be eruditing my truss rod to itself. Which is true.
NTO Steve, this is very random. Does Ben need food? Gloves,
Ben
PPE.
does need food. Okay, so there we go. That is now in place. And, well, at some point I'm going to be able to file that away, and we'll have, instead of a rosewood ring around the truss rod axis, we'll have a ring of brass. Okay, now it is a couple of minutes past 5. It's not past 6. Comments, Toledo.
Terry Love, your
Terry?
neighbour should be singing I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. And super chat from earlier, a knife maker I watch uses brass tube filled with epoxy to make rivets to hold the knife scales.
Yes. That's a very cool knife making trick. I am looking for my white spirit that normally lives around here somewhere. I've obviously tidied up. Yeah, I think I've never done any actual knife making before, but I suspect that through guitar building bits and pieces, we wouldn't be far off able to do it fairly well. Yeah. Where the hell is my white spirit gone? Talitha, have you stolen my white spirit?
Why would I do something like that?
Because you toy with me.
Have to make my days interesting.
That's my job. Alright, that's fine. I will deal with that later then. This is one of the reasons why we need a bigger workshop. I need proper fire cabinets for putting all of this stuff in, and it goes away at night and it just is where it is.
What's in the corner?
That's isopropyl alcohol. But good shout. I mean, that's about the closest as you can get to white spirit in the workshop that isn't white spirit. Okay. Yeah, talk to me. I'm going to tidy up a little bit and you ask me questions and things. It's your job.
Terry Love says Orson drank it. The white spirit or his tea?
Yeah, probably my tea.
Super chat from Renee Monseo.
Hey, Renee.
Just read that wall bases have XLR outputs. Would that
Okay.
affect the tone at the mixing desk during recording?
No. No, that's... I seriously doubt that will have any effect on the tone of the instrument. I think that it is being done as a safety thing. Okay, it's interesting. I mean, I've seen basses and instruments with speak-on connectors, and speak-ons basically lock in and you can't pull it out by mistake. But what that means is that if you stand, or your guitarist stands on your cable, it's not only going to rip the plug out, it's going to rip the entire electronics section out, the whole jack area. So that's not necessarily a good idea. With an XLR, what you have the ability to do though is add phantom power. I don't know if that's what they're doing, but it could be interesting. Okay, I've got that going. Let's just finish tidying up a little bit.
Disky sent a super chat to say that headstock is sweet.
Thank you very much. I'm sure... Is it PV? Somebody let me know. I think that's sort of very PV. Anyway.
And then... Leprechaun.
Yeah.
No, Toby D. Sorry. Toby D.
Yeah.
Ben, do you
Hi.
know if Gorilla Wood Glue is any good for setting a neck, please?
Okay, Gorilla is a brand that does several types of glue. They do super glues and things. I suspect you are talking about polyurethane glue, the stuff that foams up as you go. It is okay. It works all right. It is not the best. General white aliphatic resin, tight bond, I use alkaline glue, etc. Those are better. The issue with the polyurethane glue is that on a long grain to long grain joint, it really doesn't work as well. It doesn't penetrate the wood in the same way that white glue does. So yes, it will do the job, and for a long time, like for a number of years, that's what I used. But I then changed my mind. In the interest of testing things, I took a neck that had the fretboard glued on with that glue, smacked it. That shock opened up the joint a little bit, and I managed to pull the whole fretboard off without any difficulty. That doesn't happen with white glue. Okay. I don't know if this epoxy is going off. We shall see. So what that means is that I need to leave that now.
Helly Kevin. Is Ben Aralditing the truss rod to itself?
Maybe.
And Sean Doherty, we have more faith in that, Ben.
Well, there is araldite in there, and it is on the end of the truss rod, but I am confident that it's not going to be strong enough to actually inhibit the use of the truss rod. If it is, I've got several options. One is to put an Allen key all the way in and heat the Allen key up, which will loosen that. The other is to drill with a 7mm drill bit in a little bit and just drill out that upper layer of araldite, and we'll go from there. Tanya is in the house. Hi, how's it going?
All right.
I'm not sure. We'll see.
Not sure.
We're aiming for a 6 o'clock finish.
Okay.
And yeah, it's coming on. They insisted that, well, we ended up doing a poll. They insisted that we do a poll. I think Terry wants us to do a poll to see whether we should stop doing polls or not.
Yes, he did.
But yes, apparently to go fretless, I have to have a bridge pickup. Now, funnily enough, now that there's absolutely no chance of me finishing this today, well, there could still be a 12-hour base. We've only been going for 6 hours and 9 minutes. I could potentially get a bridge pickup by next week and still go fretless. Just to throw a spanner in the works. No, it doesn't matter. We're sticking with what we've got, and we'll go from there. Would you mind seeing if you convince the boy child to make me a cup of tea?
I can make you a cup of tea.
But the boy promised me one.
Oh. Yeah. So there's dinner when you want it. So if you're stopping at 6.
I'll be stopping soon. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually struggling at. We might even stop. We've been going for 6 hours. I'm waiting for this glue to dry, which is problematic. I've got some routing to do with that. I don't want to do inlays. Let's sand the fretboard. Yeah, we'll be stopping at 6, if not a little bit before.
Cup of tea then. All right.
That'll be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Grooving Drums has a suggestion.
Okay, what's that?
Instead of a bone nut, what about a brass nut?
Yes, that should work quite nicely actually.
To go with the gold frets and gold hardware.
Yes. Cool. Good idea. Alright, so I'm gonna...
Shane Doherty. So, time to drill the ground hole now?
We should start calling it the groundhog hole. Just for fun. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure if we want to do inlays or not.
Sand the fretboard, and while you're doing that, think about it.
Think?
Or don't. Just follow the gut. Super chat from Jedi Master Ski Rel. Squee Rel?
That is a name. Nicely done.
Cool. The thumbnail is also a scroll with a, looks like either a lightsaber or a really long guitar neck.
Cool.
XLR allows for a more balanced audio signal output with less electromagnetic interference.
Okay.
It basically gives a cleaner signal for recording.
So it really does. So it gives a cleaner signal and it doesn't affect the tone of the instrument, but it does affect the quality of the signal coming from the instrument. So basically, we're splitting hairs here. That's cool. I'm not going to ask you why. But yeah, that's really cool. So yeah, actually it makes for a better sound. Cool.
So we've got suggestions from Steve Butcher for brass tube inlays. Meshback23 says no inlays, bigger side dots, the wood is so nice. And then Grooving Drums has apparently put an inlay design on the Discord and says, I'm so in for a badass bunny inlay, badass bunny bra, badass bunny bass needs to happen. So, you need to see what's on the Discord.
I think that while I'm tempted, no. Okay, we want this to be an instrument that people will want to, win in a raffle. And if you've got a very personal thing like a badass bunny, while it's a cool idea, I don't think that would necessarily work.
So that's for the next bass you build for yourself.
Well, actually, yeah.
Cool.
Maybe.
There have been questions about what sort of finish and what you're going to put on the body.
I'm undecided. I'm seriously considering just a straight oil and leaving it absolutely natural with that look. An alternative is honestly, I think just oil. I really think that with sort of the golden kind of a look would be great. Oh, yeah, the epoxy is actually going off, which is good. So
Anthony Cunliffe, can you please call the next build the Rampaging Squirrel?
Surely that's my autobiography.
Yep. No. Your autobiography is Digressions of the Rampaging Squirrel.
Here we go. Okay. What do you think? Should we do an inlay, Tanya? Thank you very much.
What sort of things do you normally see on bass guitars?
Everything and anything and nothing.
Everything and anything. Do a rhino.
The last suggestion was a rampaging bunny.
No. A badass bunny.
I mean, it could be fun to maybe do a sword of some sort, but it's one of those things. It's just yeah. I don't know if there's any call for an inlay.
Suggestions for a single at the 12th fret, just a block inlay, saves time, looks good.
That is what I was thinking originally. Those puppies are crazy, aren't they?
I don't want to miss out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, we're running out of energy.
Yeah. Andrew Rowlands. Is Bun's favourite biscuit a digrestive?
All right, fair point. Fair point indeed. I don't think we need anything major. I would love to do some sort of a sword thing at some point, but not right now. That is curing. We need to do side dot inlays.
Daniel Marquez says, what about a capybara silhouette?
Okay. Neck doesn't quite fit in the cavity as yet, but we do have an instrument coming together. That we do. Oh yes. So many people doubted this shape. I absolutely love it. What do we think at this point now, people? Wondering about chopping that a bit shorter over there, but I don't think that's necessary at this stage. I think it's quite sexy.
There's suggestions you put the bass clef symbol at the 12th.
No, that is so cheesy. That's like asking a... I don't know. What's the cheesiest tattoo that you can get? Probably tribal head tattoos.
Mum.
Oh, mum. It's cheesy, but... Okay. No, it's fine. I am going with my gut feeling, which is we don't need inlays. Done. We need side dot inlays, and that is it. Very simple, very clean, very straightforward. So what I'm going to do now is install some frets. And go from there.
Tutankhamun keeps on saying, use the same brass that went into the truss rod access hole.
No, it's far too big. Yeah, far too big.
And are you going to put the Crimson Guitars logo on the headstock?
Yes. Maybe.
What about your BC? Where will that go?
Back of the headstock.
Thomas Corral. A cheese wheel is the cheesiest tattoo.
I mean, if you want to be literal, yes, I think you're right. Okay, so that epoxy is doing its thing quite nicely. Let me see if I've got enough of this brass fret wire.
Isn't it hanging on the bandsaw?
There we go, that's where that is. No, that's the other fret wire. So that's normal fret wire. Not sure what happened to the brass stuff.
Orson ate it.
Yeah.
I found another pink guitar.
Yes.
How many pink guitars do you have?
Is that another? Well, several. Okay, yeah, this feels like we've run out of oomph, energy.
It's right there.
Where?
There.
Ah, nicely done. I don't think there's enough there.
Well, if it's not going to be finished today, you got time to get more.
That's quite amusing. No. Okay, so we've got that. Either... Alright. Talitha is correct. We can get more brass fret wire. Talitha, could you please just send Sam a message and ask him to set out to get some brass fret wire out for me tomorrow, because I will 100% forget. Instead of doing that, I'm going to mark out the side dots and get the side dots installed quickly, and this gives us a little bit more time to continue tempting ourselves with the possibilities of
An inlay.
an inlay.
Robert R. So close.
Yeah, we'll do that next week. Okay, at this stage, as I am running low on energy and time, do you have any questions? 1, 2.
Yeah, you said I have to ask Sam for brass fret?
Brass fret wire. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, now this is a perfect tool. It's got a central 0, and you can just say, okay, fine, 21, 21, that's in the middle. Nice and easy.
Tutankhamun says the side dots just have to be brass.
Yes, I agree. It would be nice if they were brass. The problem is they can tarnish.
Mikey Copeland says use brass frets everywhere except around the 12th. Those will be silver and then they'll stand out without having to make a 12th fret marker.
That
Without
is
inlay.
a genius idea. That is a very, 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 very cool idea. I'm not entirely sure it would work. I think long term, the wear difference in how the stainless steel or nickel silver versus the brass wears, you'd end up with something being high and something being low, but it's a cool idea.
There's a question here as well, if I just find it. I don't know who it was, but what type of file is best for stainless frets?
Just all Crimson Guitars files are absolutely fine for stainless. You just want a quality file. It's not that much harder than good quality nickel silver. It's much harder, much harder than poor quality nickel silver, but good quality nickel silver is not that much different. All right.
Super chat from Loxley, spelled LOX numeral 1EY.
Hi.
Do
Lead
you have to do any special finish on the fretboard for a fretless base to protect against string wear? I'm considering one for GGBO.
Not really, no. It depends on the fretboard that you're using, though. If you've got something that's softer, then flooding it with very thin resin or super glue or something like that will make it last longer. But in reality, as it wears down, you can sand it down a little bit, and most fretless bases, ebony, it's not an issue. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Here's a suggestion from a bass player.
Please.
Colin Shipper.
Hi.
As a bass player, above the 10th fret is used practically never, to be honest, for fret wear concerns.
Oh. That's actually a very, very valid point. It's... yeah, very good point. So the 12th fret, that could be a cool thing. I have to fight with myself so frickin' hard to not overcomplicate things. We've got a cool thing. I just want to complicate it and complicate it. Okay. I'm just going off camera to have a look for some brass. There's a great big mess down here somewhere. I survived. It's alright, everybody.
Oh, what is this while you're here? And you're not here anymore.
I moved fast.
Currently higher than the recommended bitrate.
Yes, we're streaming at very high quality, and it's...
So it's not an issue.
well, not really.
Okay.
I collect random bits of stuff that could potentially at some point be turned into guitars, inlays, stuff. So, yeah, there we go. Brass tube, rebar. Ha 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 ha. That could be fun.
Sam says, do you need the fret wire for tomorrow or do you need it tonight?
Tomorrow will be fine. Is it? Oh shit. And say, I'm sorry, I forgot that it was after work hours. Okay, so this is tiny brass. And yeah, we've got some round aluminium, we've got some brass threaded rod, but yeah, I think these would be fine. So it's brass tube. And it is 2mm exactly. Like exactly. So that's pretty cool. This isn't going to take a huge amount of time to do then. There you go. Actually, that's fine. That's fine. Right, so we've marked out the positions. I just want to go with an awl and crack on. If you have any questions or queries, this is the time to hit us up as the day starts wending its way to a close. Now, I did those by eye. Let me just double check those.
Grooving Drum says, yes, Buns, stop resisting. Give in to the dark side of building. We have cookies.
Oh, maybe I should inlay a cookie. The dark side has cookies.
Super chat from Sergey Lantratov.
Sergey, how are you?
If you're talking about squirrel, try to make inlay inspired by one-line tattoo. Google one-line tattoo rabbit, or even tail and ears silhouette.
Google that. I think I've actually seen what you're talking about. Actually doing that as an inlay, if it is what I think, is not.
Oh, that's pretty. That's clever.
Okay. There we go. That's marked out. I'm going to pop over and have a look at what you've just Googled to see if it's the same.
I was going to find out.
Yes, actually. Yeah, take a photo of that. That isn't...
Which, the one I pointed to? Or all of them?
Well, all of them, and then I'll remember the thing and I'll Google it again, and...
I'll also just leave the tab open for you.
It wasn't quite what I thought. Now. Alright, so I have got my Famag center point, what are they? Profi HSS. Anyway, there is one here that has a 2mm. It's a 2mm center point drill bit. It is absolutely amazingly cool. And I'm just going to crack on with this.
It's tiny.
It is tiny. It's properly awesome. properly awesome engineering. Let me just see, yeah, gone are the days when I could do a 12-hour guitar build and absolutely be fine. It's weird. I used to be invincible. Alright, the first thing you do is put away the gorgeous, relatively expensive but incredibly high quality drill bit that can get lost and broken.
Terry Love says the light side has IPA.
I think they share, to be honest.
Tahoe Mike says, I'm 57, but I can still watch a 12-hour build.
Yeah. Okay. Oh no. I shouldn't have opened my inlay drawer.
Drawers of digression.
It's just all sorts of things. This is a sterling silver cap for a sort of a flower tube, test tube kind of a thing that was handmade by an artisan. Various bits and pieces. There's another one. Another one. Some, what's that, a 1958 halfpenny. There's yeah, just interesting things. Underneath resin, let's zoom in. You've got various fossils. That could make star inlays, and it's fossilized. A fossilized plant. Isn't that cool?
Very cool. That needs to go on a special guitar.
Hmm?
That needs to go on a special guitar.
What's not special about this guitar? Bass.
I mean, star themed. It's got to have a theme for that.
No.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, now before I do this, I want to fit the neck to the body because it is currently a little bit too big. It's going to require a little bit of planing, and I don't want to plane through brass now, do I?
Super chat from Disky Disky says, step away from the inlay drawer.
Done. I do think that simple is better at this stage. So yeah. Look at the grain, and I'm just going to take a very fine shaving here.
JS Tracking Guitar Super Chat to say you can use the star-shaped inlay on the next Star Wars guitar.
Okay, and this is cross-grained, so whatever I do is going to be wrong. Which means leveling beam. And just in the interest of having an even finish, just do the other side.
Lisa Harshberger. I'm politely asking everybody that enters the raffle, let me win it. I'm in love with that body.
Come on, I'm losing everything today. My sanity. Definitely.
You lost that years ago.
Yep. Right, this is very close. Yep. All right. Yes, I could make the neck pocket a little bit bigger, but the reason why it's not quite fitting is that I was using a fairly cheap and fairly slow router cutter in the router table, and it just wasn't a particularly smooth finish, which has given me just a little bit too much material to be playing with.
So, Grooving Drums says, don't lie, you haven't lost your sanity, you just chose not to use it to entertain us. And then Terry Love says, insanity is hereditary, you get it from your kids. As a super chat.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was looking for. It was actually on the workbench. Can you believe it? Insanity is hereditary. You get it from your kids. Perfect. All right. Yep, that's very, very close. All right, let's get these side dots in. So I still have a little bit of work to do on Jasmine's.
That's going to connect with the camera above your head.
Ah, thank you for warning me. Yeah, I've got a little bit of work to do on Jasmine's guitar. I've got a hand tool only build to finish. Yes, I'm aware that I've just crushed the end of that, but I wanted a short tube to work with. There's going to be another... I mean, this is day one of this build. We might finish it next week, although well, you never really know now, do you?
Yeah, if you give Ben time to sleep on something and think about it, things change.
Well, we'll see. It's a fairly simple instrument, but I'm trying to get out of the habit of rushing things, basically. So yeah. But what would be your dream next build? What would you like to see me make next?
Holy goody.
Sluther?
I'll just leave.
She's so naughty. Okay, so I'm using some brown super glue, and you just whack that in. You can either chop it off above quite far above the edge of the fretboard, which means that where it's collapsed doesn't affect things, but that then means that you need to go and bevel the edge so that it'll go in each time. This, however, is still faster, I think, than the alternative, which is you go one at a time, install the inlay, accelerate, and then use an inlay, piercing saw with a sort of a 4/0 blade. Which you break. So there we go. QED. The quicker route that is a little bit more wasteful of material, in this case, is fine. I don't want dust in the holes because that helps the super glue set off faster than I want it to set. Oops. Bevel, super glue. As the great Adam Savage says, every tool is a hammer.
Disky, spelling out every comment is separated. P, P, E.
Yep.
Stephen Keen, eye protection. Eldridge, eye protection. PS Guardian, Ben, are you using super glue and a hammer without glasses?
I'm sorry, that last camera shot was out of shot because the camera's being a bastard. Yes, I was standing back. The super glue would go straight up, but in reality, he lied. I was testing you just to see what you would say. Anyway. Okay, some acceleration. Accelerator. Bum 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 bum. Okay. So that's good. That will work nicely. I'm gonna get this. How many people do we have with us right now?
491.
491. Okay. It interests me. Well, it just interests me to see how many people are watching and watch, and as the day goes through as well in different time zones and things. Okay. Well, here we go. So that is now good. I need a slightly finer file. There we go. Ow, 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 that hurt. Ouchie, ouch.
And select single. Yeah. Now what have you lost?
I'm honestly unsure what the hell is happening around here. There we go. Okay, so I punctured my finger there just a little bit with the edge of one of these because I was trying to do two things with my hands at the same time. Hold the work and operate a file that also didn't have a handle. Look at how much easier that is. All right. Next up, tiny little drill. Aha. Sorry, camera 2 is not actually currently pointed, and I didn't realise. There we go. Camera 3. So this is a sub 1mm wide drill bit in a little Archimedean type tool, and yeah, it does really well.
Terry Love just sent a super chat.
Terry.
Have you installed them on the wrong side of the neck?
Nope. No, I've just got the headstock off the edge of the neck going that way. I normally do work with the headstock in the playing position. Alrighty, so
Creever says, that's a lovely little drill. I need one of them in my life.
I'll keep my eyes open for you. If you want to see a really lovely one. Here we go, digression of the day, people. Oh.
You mean another one?
So here is a pair. Now this baby one is missing a handle, but this is the one, and you go up and down. There you go. Is that not utterly beautiful? And then just to top it off, inside the ebony handle is where you store little drill bits. Isn't that cool? I love vintage tools. So I need to make a handle like this for its sister tool here. Anyway, fun times, huh? Speaking of fun times, who told me to step? Ah, that's where my clamp went. It was on a drawer behind me. I've never put it on a drawer behind me. Speaking of fun times, who was it that told me to get out of the inlay drawer?
I can't remember, but
He was wrong. Green, glow-in-the-dark powder. Just for fun. It's not going to be particularly glow-in-the-dark, but it'll be glow-in-the-dark enough. And on top of that, if you lose the brass because it gets a little bit patinated, or whatever light you're in is more yellow than not, and it helps to have two-tone side dots. This epoxy hasn't fully cured yet, although it's well in the way, so I'm going to do this.
super chat from Terry Love
Terry.
to say the small drill is used by jewelers, and I also had one for drilling out holes on circuit boards years ago.
Yeah, they're very, very cool things, and jewelers, watchmakers, and the like. This is quick shot 5-minute epoxy. I think the other stuff is past its sell-by date, so I'm going to start with this, and we're going to mix up a little bit of glow-in-the-dark. Glow-in-the-dark, yeah, glow-in. Why does that sound weird to me? All right, we're coming to the end of this day. It has been 7 hours of building so far, and if you have any burning questions, now is the time to ask them. It's going to be 5 minutes or so, and
So if
then
you send the answers, Ben will figure out what the question was.
yeah, there we go. Is that what I said?
Pretty much.
Oh yeah.
We're playing Jeopardy, Crimson Guitar style.
Okay. We don't want huge amounts of this. We do want both bloody things to come out there, for crying out loud. You suck. You absolutely suck. If only I had a tiny drill. Crying out. Okay.
Andrew Rowlands,
Well, that's going in the bin.
Forrest Pfeiffer, and Peter Kednis all say 42.
Yep. Life, the universe, and everything.
Goth Rider Creations says, is it just me or is this the most productive one-day build yet?
Well, it's fairly productive, except for the fact that my epoxy just decided to not do its thing. This is translucent yellow. No. Fine. We're going back to the other stuff that's supposed to be 5 minutes, but is slower.
Creeper Eye says, a suspicious baggie of white powder. Is this still a guitar building channel?
Yes, very much so. ADHD, it reacts differently to stimulants than most people. All right.
Andrew Rankin has a really good tip.
All right.
Epoxy tip. Put the epoxy in a small Ziploc bag. Squeeze with your fingers, and then when mixed, cut a small corner of the bag, small hole in the corner of the bag. You can apply small amounts without the mess.
Ah.
And then it's easy cleanup too, because it's contained.
I think that's probably more than enough. Yep.
Toby Schofield wants to know what kind of stuff you'll have at Maker Central.
Honestly, so do I.
It's coming up soon.
Yep. That's one of the discussions I need to have with the team on tomorrow. Okay, so that is now glow-in-the-dark pigment mixed in epoxy, and it just needs to be spooged into each one of these holes. Now the problem is there's an air pocket behind it, so I'm going to apply over each one of the holes. And then push it in with that little drill bit again, which I've now lost. Aha, there we are.
Epoxy tip number 2 from Lisa Harshberger.
Lisa.
Have a silicone mat to mix it on, because when it dries, it'll just peel off.
Ah, that is a good tip.
And Dave T says, wouldn't it be cool if Ben designed a custom string tree for this bass?
Custom string tree would be fun. My problem right now, people, and it's a serious problem, is that what I'm thinking is we should make this fretless and flood the now cut fret slots with glow in the dark epoxy.
Then you should also put glow in the dark in some of these natural occlusions on the body.
That could be cool.
Peter Kedner says, why aren't you wearing gloves? And Corwin Whitehorn says, why aren't you wearing goggles?
Goggles, I really don't think that is necessary. Gloves, frankly, I am so covered in ebony dust that nothing else is going to stick to my hands. But yes, I should be wearing gloves.
So,
Okay.
glow in the dark responses. SSL says, ooh, fretless, you made mad lad. Avon dies, do it. Stay butcher, yes, that. DJ Dream, that sounds fun. SSL, fretless, glow in the dark bass, no less. Joshua Valverde, do it. And then Forrest Pfeiffer says, at Ben's normal working rate, he'd have time to grow a string tree.
People, seriously, we're 7 hours in. I've made a neck from scratch that is ready for frets. I've made a body from scratch that's ready for frets. Fair enough. Okay.
Before that cures, do you want to force some into a test scrap to see?
Well, no, I'm sure. No, there's no need to test it. It absolutely would. It would work really well.
Calls for a poll regarding the glow in the dark.
Fine, do a poll.
Fretless.
I understand that we did a poll earlier, and that poll said fretted, but we now have another option. And the fact that I am also going to be coming back next week, which means that I can get... Hold on, let me have a... Damn it, my hands have got epoxy on them. Why didn't you say?
So what's the poll? Glow in the dark fretless or...
Wait. Yeah, perfect. We do have room.
Room for what?
Okay, fine. We have room for a bridge pickup. It's absolutely fine. It would look perfectly fine. Okay, so the poll is fretless with glow-in-the-dark powder in the slots, or fretted instrument. If it goes fretless, then I will be installing a bridge pickup so that it sounds better. If we go fretless with the glow-in-the-dark, as well, as Talitha pointed out, once I have carved the entire instrument, then I'm going to have to fill each one of these inclusions. Yeah, we'll consider filling each one of these inclusions with glow-in-the-dark green powder and seeing how that looks, because it could be pretty cool. You guys are overcomplicating my life.
You are allowing them to overcomplicate your life.
Hells yes.
Do a poll to see if it's worth voting in the polls, yes or no.
Okay, and while that poll is going on, do you have any questions that you have not yet asked? I'm going to be moving on with Jasmine's guitar. I've got a very cool logo Fender style that I'm going to be making out of aluminium or silver or something like that to put on the headstock, and I'll obviously be fixing the electronics, and then she can have that, and that'll be a project out of the way. I also have got to crack on with the hand tool only build, which is going to be somewhat problematic for Talitha because that's my job for Wednesday and that needs to be a Saturday. so you won't have huge amounts of time because we don't have anything else planned for this Saturday.
Normal.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get out of that being the normal. But yeah. Any questions?
JL Photos. If you filled in the body holes with glow in the dark, would they be glow worms? And then Paul Needs. This is all hyphenated. As a retired, apart from recording my own music occasionally, bassist,
Yeah.
I still want fretless. I said about getting a pickup by next week at about 1 o'clock.
Yes, but at 1 o'clock I was wondering if I could finish this in one day.
We should know by now that you can't.
I absolutely could if it wasn't going to be fretless.
If you pre-planned and had everything all in one place.
I did not know that the fretless sound required a bridge pickup. I really didn't. And yeah, I'm not going to build a guitar that is not actually fit for purpose, period. So my whole plan was, with this, yeah, I could do that in one day, fretless, no worries. But I obviously didn't say in the morning that it was going to be a one-day build because...
Yeah, no more promises.
Yeah. Anyway, it's all fun and games. Questions?
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry, you have sent a lot of super chats today, and I really do appreciate it.
Definitely today's MVP. How soon do we see Jasmine rivaling Tina S?
Jasmine, currently, since she's first started playing, Jasmine has had something else take her fancy, i.e. computer games. So probably a while. But yeah, I've never forced them. I from the beginning said that I wasn't going to even let them suspect that I wanted them desperately to play guitar, which of course I do. Let them get on with what they want to get on with, and we'll just see how it goes long term. And yeah, they are who they are. This is quite cool. So yeah.
1971 Silver Surfer.
Hey.
Won't the epoxy prevent the oil finish from soaking in?
No. No, the oil sits on top of the epoxy quite happily.
Corwin Whitehorn, it's a meme at this point, so why don't you wear a hazmat suit, Ben?
Do you know, one day, that's a damn fine idea. I really like that. Yeah, good shout. Okay, that's in. That's in.
Can you do a recap?
Yes,
since
I'm
it's
just
after 6 anyway.
I'm just preparing to do that.
Because we got a question from Chris Hadra saying, is the neck going to be glued or bolted?
Okay, so yeah.
And sorry, super
That's
chat
fine.
from Sweet Tea.
Hey.
You've got glow-in-the-dark Lego lightsabers on the way. They left Heathrow this morning. You should have them in a couple of days.
You're a good man. Sweet Tea realised that glow-in-the-dark lightsabers from Lego were hugely cheaper than the offering from Luminlay, which was stupidly expensive for just a tiny little bit of plastic. But yeah, yeah, obviously too late for this, but thank you very much. I will look forward to using them.
Well, if they're going to arrive in a couple of days...
I've already put the inlays into it. It's too late for this one, I just said.
Well, you could draw them out and put it back.
Okay, let's do a recap. Okay, it has been just over 7 hours in this build. Stopped a few times, spent quite a bit of time talking, but you know, it's fairly good going. We have made a neck from scratch. It has got a truss rod, fender style headstock. We've got an ebony fretboard that is now slotted and has side dot inlays made out of brass tube with glow-in-the-dark powder internally. And on top of that, just for fun, we've got a brass tube that next week, once it is fully cured, will be cut away and it will make an interesting surround to the truss rod access. And then on top of that, we took this one-piece ash blank and created a unique and custom bass guitar shape. This is going to be carved quite a lot next week. We are currently considering whether to use glow-in-the-dark powder inside all of these inclusions. Tempting, very tempting. The neck is probably going to be bolt-on, I think, but I'm not absolutely set on that, so we shall see. It needs another pickup if we're going to go fretless, which is something that's currently being considered. So yeah, with a fretless instrument, apparently you need a bass pickup. So yeah, it's all fun and games.
You mean a bridge pickup?
Did I say bass pickup again? Yeah.
You did.
It is technically also a bass pickup. All fingers, all thumbs are fingers, all fingers are not thumbs. Sort of a situation. Anyway, let me know what you think in the comments of this design and of this shape. The neck doesn't quite fit in the cavity just yet. It is a little bit more fretly. And this is not working. Aha. Ta-da! I think I love it. All right. 30 seconds to end the poll. Any questions in the meantime?
Super chat from Austerium saying, I think that bass is sexy.
Thank you very much. So many people were shouting at me. Honestly, go back and watch the design process. The journey here was long and ugly, but it got you. So yeah, but thank you very much. I'm quite happy so far.
And a super chat from Lisa Harshberger.
Lisa,
to say a double bass build would be appreciated.
now, yeah, I mean a double bass that would be that could be quite fun. Materials costs for one of those is insane. Huge, yeah, large chunks of flame maple and big spruce, but still, yeah, could be fun. I'm interested. I'm very interested in doing an EUB kind of a thing, electric upright bass. But anyway, we're good. Is it time to end this poll?
I think so.
All right, end the poll. Tell me what we're doing.
There's also a super chat from Tony Burns to say fretless bass could possibly mean fewer raffle tickets.
This is true, but you know, it's fine.
Right, with 230 votes from currently 482 people watching, 63% glow in the dark fretless.
Fine. Okay. Cool. That makes me very happy. We will do that next week because, frankly, I need my dinner. I need to get some new 5-minute epoxy, or maybe I'll look into that. That's not a worry. That means there's going to be an extra pickup, which is cool. And to answer that final super chat there, or that last most recent super chat, we will also in the raffle offer to add frets for whoever wins it if they don't want a fretless instrument. It would be a bit of a shame pulling out all of the glow in the dark, but it's absolutely not a problem whatsoever. We don't want people to end up with something that they don't want. So
there was a suggestion earlier that you could put the glow in the dark if you did it with frets. The glow in the dark could surround the frets.
True. But no. From the beginning I wanted this to be a fretless guitar bass. Fretless guitar bass. So there we go. I've ended up with what I wanted, which is cool. The problem is, I now no longer need the fret wire that Sam is setting aside for me, which is sad. I'm also wondering if I can get yellow glow in the dark powder. We'll see. Okay, any more questions before we go?
Super chat from Springy2112.
Springy2112, greetings.
Lots of single pop fretless out there. Flat wounds! Exclamation mark.
Flat ones, true. Yeah, essentially I'm going by a professional bassist earlier who was shouting at me, and I listened. Because frankly, I don't know any better. So yeah, I'm happy to add an extra pickup. It makes the whole instrument a little bit more flexible and more useful for people, and it's fine by me, absolutely. Alrighty, now, you beautiful, wonderful people, Talitha's sticking her finger up in the air. I assume that means she has a question.
Someone wants to know when the raffle is going to take place.
Okay, we're not entirely sure. At this point, I want to finish the instrument first for a change, so that the raffle actually has proper photos of the instrument. We will work out how many episodes it will be. It's probably going to be, it's either going to be a single episode, big super build, and it'll be a Saturday video, or more likely it'll be 4 or 5 episodes on the main Crimson Guitars channel over a week's period, couple of week period maybe, Wednesdays and Saturdays, and the raffle will be then. So basically watch this space, but yeah, it'll be going relatively soon. I do need to make some progress on the hand tool only build first though, so it's one of those things. But yeah, I'm happy to say that well, this has taken, it's 7 hours and 21 minutes at this point, but it has been 7 hours of actual work, so let's log that. And
3 super chats all coming in at the last
fine.
minute.
I've got no problem, as long as we understand that my pencil wants to drop on the floor.
Bourbon Sherbet.
Hey, how you doing?
He says, quick, how deep do you cut a truss rod? Flush?
Flush, 100% flush, so 9mm for most truss rods that I've experienced.
And the big unit, well, I got back just in time to say goodbye.
Yeah, sorry. I hope your day of teaching went well and that they've learned not to electrocute themselves, or how not to electrocute themselves. Yeah, long term we'll find out.
Franz Truter.
Franz Truter.
My bandsaw tension knob is stripped or striped, hence my drifting. Last night's follow-up question / answer. Gonna fix it now. Darn. Cheers, Ben and everyone.
Cool. At least you found what the issue was. I've had the exact same problem with one of my bandsaws, big bandsaws at Crimson, and yeah, we ended up welding some pieces on and fixing it, and it's absolutely fine now. So yeah, I'm glad you figured that out, and that I could help.
Super chat from Jules.
Jules,
do you have a tip for those of us who don't have a bandsaw?
Am I allowed to advocate bank robbery?
No. Unless you're volunteering to be the getaway driver.
People actually were shouting at me for how fast I drive in the videos where I'm driving.
I've been shouting at you.
Have you not been sped that up?
Since about you started learning how to drive.
I thought I was a fairly responsible driver, to be honest. Anyhow, everybody does, don't they? A jigsaw, a good quality jigsaw with good quality sharp blades will do much of the work that a bandsaw can do, and it will fit in a drawer, and it doesn't take up huge amounts of space. If you want something that takes up a little bit more space, you can buy a scroll saw with chunky wood cutting blades. Most of those will at least be capable of cutting through a body blank, etc. You can get much closer to the line with them, but you'll break a lot of blades, and they're a little bit fiddly. In my opinion, for the same price as an okay scroll saw, you can buy a small benchtop bandsaw. Record Power's small one is class leading. I'm not sponsored by them, although they've given us discounts in the past. I've got the small one that I've had at Crimson for a long time, and it is orders of magnitude better than all other bandsaws of its size. Cast iron table and all that jazz, and it's 200-300 quid and relatively small. So yeah, and you can do most things with that, short of potentially book matching a top. I don't think it's quite got enough of a throat.
Bob Raven's in the chat.
Bob Raven, he needs to come down and visit Crimson.
He does. So from Mumbling Productions, Stuart Semple makes a glow-in-the-dark yellow in his range, his lit range, if you want yellow.
Of course it's called lit. I need to go to their website. Problem is, every time I go to their website, I am bombarded with adverts for their website for the next month, and I'm sure they spend stupid amounts of money. I already know they exist. That brings us to this sponsor, NordVPN. Okay, look, I'm assuming that's our bag for the evening.
Yep.
Everybody, you have been fantastic. Thank you very much for supporting us. This is obviously on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel. If you have yet to subscribe, please subscribe. The live streams will always be on this channel from now on. The beautiful thing is that I have realized that you can schedule multiple live streams and it doesn't mess with things, so that's good. Next time it will be scheduled a little bit earlier, a little bit more in advance. However, Mondays, 11 AM UK time, I'll be building guitars live. I'm hoping that you will be here with us. Yeah. It's a bass. It's coming together. Thank you for your support. I'll see you guys soon.
It's also raining.
Just as you're about to leave the workshop, it starts raining. It's all good.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody. See you later.